Hey folks, Corky Duke Farminator here. Come with me if you want to farm. This is Farming Simulator 22, Silverrun Forrest, Woody Johnson Farm Part 20. Got to continue going. I was cutting down all these trees in this corner. Now, I didn't get much sleep, so I went to bed my normal time around 8, woke up around 10, and wasn't tired, tried to sleep more, and I couldn't. So it may be possible that after a couple hours I'm going to get tired and have to take a nap before I go into work tonight, because this is my Friday. I do have to work tonight. It's Sunday night, but it's my Friday night because I go in and then I get off tomorrow morning and I'm off Monday night and Tuesday night. So this is my coming up on my weekend. So while you folks start your week, I end mine. And of course, that means that I'm always working the weekends when you guys are off. But I'm used to that. My last job at Littman Brothers, I had the weekends off, except on holidays. Alright, we got a couple more trees now. Can't believe I can turn this whole area into a field. That's just, wow. Got me really thinking. Thinking, not stinking. Yeah. Not a very heavy tree. Empty pallet production. All right, we need more wood in there. Oh. That's not even worth it. Come on. There we go. That should be chopped up good, I hope. We almost done here, in this area anyway. Hey, Austin, how you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. Sure, you're doing fantastic. That's always good news. All right, let's load them up. Look at that. Wow. Oh. Come on. Dang it. Come on. Load these fucking things up. Come on, damn it. Much better. The only way I can fix it, I guess. Get it out of there. All right. There we go. There we go. All right, we got it. How full does it make it? Ooh, 75. Okay, that's a bit better. The John Deere grain trailer. The 10 million liter capacity one. Come on, damn it. Dang it. Ah! Go that. No, man, what the hell? What is this crap, huh? Oh, come on, damn it. Fuck. God, I hate this shit. Come on. Dang it. Dang it. I need to get some wood chips in there, it looks like. Now, how did I miss that one, huh? Those damn things get me every time. And they'll stop me too, little wood chips. Crazy. But it'll stop the plow too when I'm trying to plow the field. It's crazy. Crazy. Crazy for farming like this. Crazy. Oh, come on, damn it. I'm gonna bother keeping that. It's a waste of my time. God damn it. Come on, turn. Come on, come on. Come on. Hey, straight fight, Bob. How you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. Almost got this bucket full. Oh, it's getting full. Go ahead and empty it. Hey, Straight Pipe Bob, you play this game? Are you a virtual farmer too? Or are you a real farmer? There are some of them that play the game that are real farmers. Well, I don't know why they call them wood chips when it's really sawdust. Sawdust and mildew, the bomb that won the. That was so funny. It won the Pitcher of the Year award in Naked Gun 33 and a third, the final intro. Your old friend Drebin opens up the envelope and it's the bomb! They all thought that movie won Best Picture. Hilarious. Fred Ward from Tremors. He was with Tremors, and he was in Tremors with Kevin Bacon. Dark side has bacon. Kevin Bacon was turned to the dark side. Got another one? Sure is. Look at that. Those little things. Can't believe they can stop that big tractor like that. If you're plowing, it'll stop you while you're plowing too. Crazy. Obviously I'm going to plow this whole area. Get that field going. Plant potatoes in it. I can start making herbicide. Get that greenhouse going. That way I can grow potatoes and cotton out of that greenhouse. There we go. There's a bigger pile of sawdust. Look at that. It's a big old plow. There we go. Am I losing it? I am losing it. Crap. Okay, hold on. They're gonna get rid of the whole tree, I think so. Come on, what's going on here? Can I move? Damn trees in the way. Fuck. God damn it. What the hell? How was I stuck? Well, I gotta give me some coffee. At some point I'm gonna have to make a new pot. Brew a new pot. So, so I'll be right back. New pot is a brewing. That tiredness hasn't caught up to me yet. I don't want to go into work tired tonight, though. Like I said, if I get tired, I'm going to have to take a nap. I know I didn't get enough sleep. This whole area can be a field. It's going to wind up being a pretty big field. Biggest in this map. Come on, come on. Ah. Come on, damn it. Oh, wow.
Starts right now.
Trump's DOJ under fire.
Todd Blanche is a very, very good man, and he should be in the middle of this.
Republican opposition stalls the Attorney General vote.
We're no closer than we were before.
My reaction is the president's getting bad advice.
As the president digs in on rewarding political allies, protecting himself from tax audits, and slams his handpicked U.S. attorney for dropping a case against the former Olympian he accused of damaging the reflecting board. Plus, startling new details on how far Trump's team is going to prosecute former FBI Director James Comey. Our roundtable covers it all. Breaking overnight, Iran strikes canceled for now, as concerns now here at home over an FBI warning that Iran may be tampering state water programs. Plus, alarms over AI.
We are now in the singularity, this is the moment.
Tech titans descend on Washington after that unprecedented OpenAI hack. What can be learned? What must be done to protect against existential dangers? And Democrats divided.
How do you convince skeptical Democrats that you can keep this secret?
The primary this Tuesday, it could determine which party controls the Senate.
I'm campaigning in the underdog way.
You're on the ground in Michigan.
From ABC News, it's This Week. Here now, George Stephanopoulos.
Good morning and welcome to This Week. Donald Trump ran for president the second time, promising retribution against his enemies, rewards for his allies, and redemption for himself. This week revealed just how far he will go to achieve all three goals. With most Americans worried about how to pay for groceries and gas, the president went on social media to attack Republican senators for refusing to accept his demands for a government fund that could direct taxpayer dollars to convicted January 6 rioters, and to protect a deal with his own Justice Department that could shield himself and his family from millions of potential tax liabilities. A deal described by a federal judge as having no viable basis in law or fact. The president also rebuked Janine Pirro, the prosecutor he placed in Washington, D.C., for dropping vandalism charges against the former Olympian, who Trump still claims is responsible for damages to the reflecting pool, despite documents from his own Interior Department demonstrating faulty repair work is to blame. And court filings from James Comey's legal team detailed extraordinary, possibly illegal government surveillance of the former FBI director, delivered straight to the president on Air Force One. Taken together, it's a portrait of a president politicizing our justice system in a way we've never seen before. Jay O'Brien starts us off.
This week, President Trump's attempts to remake the Department of Justice in the spotlight, starting with the stalled nomination of his hand-picked choice for Attorney General Todd Blanche, also Trump's former personal lawyer. Two Republican senators, John Cornyn of Texas and Tom Tillis of North Carolina, digging in against Blanche, demanding he provide written proof a $1.8 billion fund that would have paid taxpayer money to Trump's political allies, including January 6th rioters, is officially dead.
There is no weaponization fund. The weaponization fund is dead. It's not moving forward.
Fucking liar.
Blanche and Trump have claimed.
Just to be clear, do you agree with the acting Attorney General that the anti-weaponization fund is dead? And why not just put that in writing?
It's dead. But, I wish it weren't, to be honest with you. I think people were horribly...
That's why we don't believe when you say
This was me.
that it's dead.
Horribly abused. And I'd
Trump
like to
doesn't
see
want
that
it dead.
compensated.
Would have frustrated Trump been hosting Saturday, and if Cornyn and Tillis keep standing in his way, he could keep Blanche on as acting Attorney General and push Republicans in Congress to put his controversial fund immediately back on the table. I will get it done. Tillis hitting back, writing President Trump clearly intends to resurrect the payout pot for punks. It's unfortunate Todd Blanche will not be confirmed because of this reversal. Cornyn also insisted the DOJ rein in an IRS immunity deal that could significantly benefit the president and his family. Both senators are members of the Senate.
This is what happens when you elect a criminal into the White House.
Next year, Tillis is
The
retired.
White House, the U.S. government becomes a crime
Lost
syndicate.
to a Trump-backed primary challenger. I asked if that loss has emboldened him to stand up to the president.
Well, I like to think that on matters of principle like this, my position would be the same, but obviously provides a measure of political freedom.
information sputters, Trump's Department of Justice making a major retreat in court this week, moving to dismiss charges against Olympian David Hearn accused of vandalizing the reflecting pool. The administration claimed it was a slam-dunk case. It was attorney for Washington, D.C., Janine Pirro, in the press conference on July 2nd.
The evidence shows, will prove beyond a reasonable
Where's the evidence then?
that Hearn willfully destroyed property at the Lincoln Memorial
Fucking
reflecting
cunt.
pool.
The Secretary of the Interior appeared just 3 days later on This Week.
What specific evidence do you have to back up that claim?
Well, we have the actual cuts that were made into the industrial liner, and that's been measured out. So that's just the fact that's what we've
There's
got
a
to go back.
350-foot gash?
Well, it's multiple gashes that add up to 350 feet across that. So, and again, some of this happened early on. There was where we installed more cameras,
But you don't have any
Damn it.
evidence of people making those gashes.
Well, we do have video and we do have eyewitness reports, and
No,
that's,
you don't.
that's up to the courts now.
No, you don't.
So that process.
You ain't
will
got
go forward,
video or eyewitness.
in the legal system.
But in an email released in court records Friday, National Park Service engineer under Burgum's department had already blamed an overspray 3 weeks earlier for causing damage to the reflecting pool. In those same court filings, Pirro also doing an about-face, saying the damage to the reflecting pool was caused by flawed installation by the contractor, not vandalism. Trump, however, posting Saturday that he disagrees 100% with Janine Pirro, calling it a pure case of vandalism. Hearn's attorney saying the case should never have been brought, calling it an abuse of government power. It's not the first time Trump's Justice Department has faced that accusation in court. It's also suffered a series of stinging legal losses and setbacks. A new report from Reuters found the administration has abandoned an unusually high rate of cases of defendants accused of attacking or impeding federal officers last year, including at immigration protests, with only 65% of hundreds of completed cases ending in a conviction, compared to what's typically a 90% conviction rate. And earlier this year, federal prosecutors failed to convince a grand jury to bring charges against 6 Democratic lawmakers, including Senators Alyssa Slotkin and Mark Kelly.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
President Trump accused them of seditious behavior for posting this video, telling military personnel to refuse illegal orders. Last year, a federal judge dismissed cases brought by Trump's DOJ against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, saying the U.S. attorney who brought the charges had an invalid appointment, and grand juries later declined to re-indict James. Comey appearing to be back in the administration's crosshairs, indicted by a grand jury in April over an Instagram post Donald Trump and his allies claimed was a threat to the president.
I am not just not guilty, I am innocent, and I have amazing lawyers who are also my friends. So we will do our absolute best in the courtroom.
And this week, court findings from Comey's attorneys allege the extraordinary lengths federal investigators have gone to prosecute one of Trump's long-standing political opponents, alleging that investigators knowingly conducted warrantless surveillance of Comey. Secret Service agents sending updates on Comey's status to Trump on Air Force One, which several agents questioned the legality of. And even turned to Sammy the Bull Gravano, former member of the Gambino crime family, for information. Those filings part of Comey's defense lawyers' attempts to get the indictment dismissed.
And George, the Senate Judiciary Committee back to Blanche has rescheduled his confirmation vote for Tuesday after it was abruptly postponed last week. But Cornyn and Tillis are not budging, and there's no signs of a deal in the Senate. Okay, great, thanks. We invited Todd Blanche, Janine Pirro, and Doug Burgum to join us today. They all declined. So let's bring in our round.
Of course they
joined
did.
by Chris Christie and Donna Brazil.
They don't want to
Joe
answer
Biden,
any
Doug
questions.
Hyde, Michelle Connell of the New York Times. Chris, it's hard to know where to begin. I guess one thing you can say for certain is the president showed this week what he cares about most.
Yeah, look, it's revenge, and owning the Justice Department as if it's his own private law firm, George. And so you start off with
That is an impeachable offense, but we got a Congress that suffers from
thankfully, finally,
STDS,
is no deal that Donald Trump gives you
sucking
with his
Trump's
mouth
dick syndrome.
is ever worth anything. And so why did they go to a writing to get rid of the weaponization fund and maybe some degree of the immunity he's getting and his family from the IRS? Because Trump was waiting for Blanche to get confirmed, and then he was going to enforce the written deal that he had. And Blanche knew it, and that's why Blanche wouldn't put it in writing, because the president wouldn't permit him to. If it doesn't work for us, he said it very clearly in a real Freudian moment when he said, I'm his lawyer. I was his lawyer. He's still his lawyer. The Justice Department is Donald Trump's professional legal firm. That's what they're doing for him. And what happened this week in all these other matters as well, it's just another indication of that fact.
Don, it appears that Phyllis Cornwall holding Trump. Phyllis keeps on saying that it's an advisor to the president who's sitting for this.
Yeah, look, he's free. He has to get out of jail free card. Why not just admit that this is the president? The president basically said to all of us yesterday, I want this to happen. I'm going to revive this so-called settlement fund, the anti-weaponization fund. If I don't get it my way, I'll still have Todd as the acting attorney general, and I will revive the anti-weaponization fund. Look, we have to admit that the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, she did something I've not seen yet from any Trump administration official. She backtracked. She admitted error. And she blamed, Mr. Burgum and the Park Service for giving her phony information. So we don't see that often in the Trump administration.
No, we have not seen that very often. How is this Todd Blanche confirmation?
I don't think we know yet. And it's funny, George, the other night I was watching the movie Blazing Saddles, and there's the line, Bongo is only a pawn in the game of life. The next morning, Donald Trump said that Blanche is a pawn. And so this is all about what Donald wants, and it's not just revenge. There's that. It's also me. Donald Trump does not like being told no, and if you tell him no, he's going to lash out. He cares about the weaponization fund. He certainly cares about immunity for anybody who has the last name Trump for the next several years, and that's it. Whether it's Todd Blanche or anybody else, he's going to use whatever leverage he has on the Hill to push that.
And Michelle Osana just pointed out, Janine Pirro says no to the president, backs off the charges, immediately gets attacked by both Doug Burgum and the president.
This is the least surprising thing that could conceivably happen. But it's also impossible to feel sorry for anyone who throws in with this president and thinks they're going to be able to maintain some semblance of self-respect or dignity. She knew what she was signing up for. This was very impressive, but of course, the second that you don't 100% back all this craziest shenanigans, he's going to turn on you no matter what your previous loyalty.
Were you surprised that Pirro backed off?
I was. I really was surprised. And I thought, the more logical thing would have been for her to downgrade the charges or just wind up losing a trial. So I give Janine a lot of credit for calling it for what it was, which we all kind of do. And we were all together that morning. You were interviewing Doug Burgum,
a few weeks ago,
right? And he was talking about this 350-foot cut. And maybe it's in a bunch of different pieces, and he's losing credibility by the day.
How do you explain Doug Burgum? You served with him as a governor. He was governor of North Dakota. He had a huge career in technology, probably a billionaire as well. Yet he was willing to continue to dig in on these positions, despite the fact that the facts are all going the other way, and his own department knew it.
Look, he had been the governor of North Dakota for 2 terms, and I think if you talk to any governor, Republican or Democrat, served during that period of time, we all saw Doug as a credible, smart, effective governor, and even more so, a really good person. And he and his wife are wonderful people. But he was coming to the end of his time in North Dakota and didn't know what he wanted to do. And so he throws in with Trump. And in the beginning, and I've been there, you rationalize that I'm going to be different, I'm going to make a difference with him. It never works. And there were a number of us who tried to warn Doug of that. He went ahead, and now you find yourself you want to give up being Secretary of the Interior. Apparently he doesn't, and so he's doing this stuff, George.
Mr. Hearn deserves an apology.
The Olympian, the rower.
That's right, the Olympian. But also, I think 6 other people have been charged with misdemeanors. They also need to be exonerated from this. The contractor who got a no-bid contract, clearly put the wrong paint or something on that bad surface.
Here's the message, don't put your pool guy in charge of the reflecting people. I mean, I think that's a pretty good rule of thumb from now on.
And then
your pool guy may be great at maintaining your pool in your backyard or at your club. Maybe a little over.
And George, this also highlights one thing I find really strange, especially with this really unprecedented statement from a president criticizing his own personnel. Donald Trump came into power with a line that we all heard a million times: "You're fired." He hasn't said that about anybody in this case yet.
Not yet. Michelle, I think probably one of the most underreported stories of the week was this filing we saw from James Comey's legal team. In any other world, if you learn that the president was pressing the Secret Service and the Department of Justice was pressing the Secret Service over their
That's the edge of the
objections,
field.
warrantless surveillance,
Edge of the map,
former
I mean.
FBI director, and then piping it up to Air Force One, you'd start to talk about impeachment.
I mean, we've come to expect this Republican-led Congress to just kind of rubber stamp or ignore any of the craziness. Although my favorite part of all this is when you're starting to turn to the mob as your witnesses or your expert opinion, I think you've crossed some Rubicon. This has been incredibly shameful. We are fundamentally talking about a cheeky message written in the sand with seashells that we've decided to pursue as a country. But the Justice Department is pursuing this. This is insane. But, you know, that's what Republicans are okay.
Come on,
That
damn
was
it.
standard practice during my time as the U.S. Attorney for my 7 years. And here's the bigger issue here, George, is it shows that there is no buffer between the political operation in the White House and the law enforcement operation at either Homeland Security, because, by the way, that's where Secret Service is, so Mark Wayne Mullen had completely laid down and permitted this stuff to happen, or at DOJ with Todd Blanchard. They are his personal police now to pursue what he wants to pursue. And I'd say to every Republican Congress who's not standing up and saying something about this, beware, because you could be the next one who's going to be pursued like this.
I want you all to stand by. We're going to come back and talk about the midterms in a little bit. But right now, we're going to turn to the war with Iran. It widened across the Middle East this week. But overnight, President Trump said that he will hold off on escalating attacks for now. Matt Rivers on the scene in Amman, Jordan with the latest. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, George. Many of us in this part of the world thought that we'd be waking up today with a fresh round of missiles soaring overhead, an incredibly tense few days now ending in a sigh of relief with President Trump calling off large-scale strikes, at least for now. Overnight, Trump posting online, "I have agreed for the future benefit of the world and likewise the survival of a successful and prosperous Iran to cancel the attack, subject to being able to rapidly make a deal." He goes on to say any deal would include reopening the Strait of Hormuz and the end of what he calls the Iranian nuclear threat. Trump saying he agreed to stop the attack at the request of regional allies. Notably, Saudi Arabia has been very vocal publicly and privately, urging the U.S. to de-escalate so its oil facilities wouldn't be targeted again by Iran. Iranian state media reported earlier that the country's foreign minister made calls to warn regional leaders about any escalation, and clearly those threats were taken seriously enough to have those leaders then lobby the White House to stand down. The details here, though, George, remain very scarce. We have not heard anything directly from Iranian government officials yet, and it's worth noting we've been here many times before. Trump threatening escalation, then saying we're close to a deal, only to go back to bombing. So, George, let's see if anything is actually different this time.
The president also announced a deal on Thursday night for the complete disarmament of Gaza, but we don't appear to be there yet.
No, absolutely not. I mean, in theory, George, both Israel and Hamas have agreed to this deal outlined by Trump's Board of Peace that would allow an international security force into Gaza. It would establish a new government there without Hamas in it. Also key, Hamas would disarm and Israel would withdraw its troops from the Strip. All that good in theory, but lots of sticking points here. Notably, Israel says it won't withdraw until Hamas completely disarms, but Hamas says it won't disarm until Israeli troops leave, stop bombing, and allow more humanitarian
53
aid.
in this session.
Clearly, George, mediators have a lot of work left ahead of them to convince both sides to do all of those things simultaneously. Still, if you're an optimist, there were some signs of progress in Gaza this week.
Okay, Matt, thanks very much. Back here at home, federal officials are warning that state water systems may have been compromised by Iran. Officials in Minnesota, Michigan, and Georgia have confirmed their concern, and up to 7 states could be impacted in all. Senior investigative correspondent Eric Kersey has that side of the story. Good morning, Eric.
And good morning to you, George. This is exactly what intelligence officials feared would happen from the moment the U.S. began its buildup of forces near Iran. And now federal officials have gone so far as to warn local leaders in Minnesota about Iran's possible involvement in these cyber attacks targeting water and wastewater utilities. Sources told ABC News Iran is the prime suspect because the attacks align with Iran's capabilities, and there appears to be no ransom demand or other financial motive that you might see if this was the work of criminal actors. The hackers break in, they change passwords, blinding the utilities, leading to loss of control over systems and equipment. In some cases, water pressure drops, potentially allowing untreated groundwater to seep into pipes. In other cases, hackers disable alarms, allowing wastewater systems to enter unsafe conditions without anyone knowing, George.
Yeah, there's no evidence yet that the water is unsafe, but what are the state officials doing?
Yeah, right now the FBI and the EPA are actively warning state officials in at least 7 states, and it could grow beyond that, George, to disconnect their systems from the internet, or at least use a system that has some kind of a breaker. They're also urging utilities how to figure out how to revert to manual controls in the event that automated systems are somehow compromised. Security and intelligence officials have been warning this is exactly how Iran would retaliate, that Iran poses just this kind of threat, not only to water systems, but to other critical infrastructures. But the priority now is safeguarding the water supply as the war in Iran is well into its 6th month. George?
Interesting things. Coming up, the latest AI alarms after 2 systems go rogue. We're back in 2 minutes.
This is why blocking spam calls never stops.
What do you mean? It's not just some random caller?
No. When your phone lights up like that with unknown numbers, it's not the callers, it's the massive leak behind it.
Okay, so what do you do?
Well, I ran my number through cloaks, and within seconds it found my data on 120 plus data broker sites. And then it started it just went cold. No forms, no emails, they're just gone.
And the spam just stopped?
Yeah, my phone went silent. Text stopped, scammers lost access. If you want your phone back, click the link below on this not spam source.
For 251 years, the U.S. Navy has carried its mission across every ocean. Ships changed, generations changed, but the watch never stopped. Today, we honor every sailor who stood the watch with honor, courage, and commitment. Celebrate the Navy's 251st birthday with our buy one, get one free offer.
I think AI may exceed some of human intelligence in around 5 years.
5 years.
Roughly 5 years, something like that. So there really won't be anything that AI can't do better than humans, apart from being human, perhaps.
Elon Musk, speaking to The Economist, as we learned this week, that at least 2 systems went rogue to conduct hacking on their own. It has sparked a debate about what can and should be done to rein in artificial intelligence before it's too late. And we're going to speak with one expert who served at top levels of the industry after this report from Chief Business and Technology Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis.
This week, a pilgrimage from Silicon Valley to the nation's capital as 2 titans of the AI revolution descended on Washington. OpenAI's Sam Altman and NVIDIA's Jensen Huang meeting with lawmakers ahead of President Trump's Saturday deadline for federal agencies to develop a framework for carrying out government assessments of AI tools before they're released publicly. Trump emphasizing the industry's importance Wednesday as the NVIDIA CEO listened nearby.
Whoever wins with AI is going to win. That's how big it is. So it's bigger than the internet ever was. It's bigger than anything ever was.
But the urgency for more oversight growing rapidly as AI's capabilities and potentially dangerous consequences have played out in a series of recent incidents seemingly drawn from the pages of a science fiction novel. On Friday, leading AI firm Anthropic announced one of its Claude models reached the internet from within or while interacting with a third-party evaluation environment, and then gained unauthorized access to the real systems of 3 different organizations. That announcement coming on the heels of a different type of security breach carried out by one of Anthropic's top rivals, OpenAI.
This is the first sort of security incident that I have felt very viscerally.
The company revealed a combination of its AI models went rogue, breaking onto the internet what was supposed to be a sealed security test, then hacking into the systems of another company, AI startup Hugging Face.
First, you have like
just detecting what we think has been kind of like the first publicly disclosed autonomous AI cyber attack, and then realizing that it was from OpenAI.
OpenAI CEO Sam Altman speaking out this week on the podcast Invest Like the Best.
So, we paused training to figure out how to secure our setups and areas we keep together. And obviously, the rate of AI development to give ourselves enough time versus side around some of these capability levels.
The breach happening during an effort to ace cybersecurity tests.
2 weeks ago, we lived in a world where humans had to be behind this sort of attack. Now we know we're no longer in that. The OpenAI successfully made AIs that understand what they're supposed to do and do something different instead.
Hugging Face detected the intrusion and stopped it by using a Chinese open source AI model.
Fortunately, we're an AI platform, so we managed to defend ourselves. Interestingly, with an open model coming from China.
After failing with Anthropic's most powerful model because of guardrails put in place. The company saying in a blog post the Anthropic model couldn't distinguish an incident responder from an attacker.
The Chinese models, they're sort of worse at the cybersecurity stuff overall, but they also don't have any of these limiters, and they sort of can be used by attackers to find these vulnerabilities that no one knew about yet.
And now, new details revealing the rogue agents also use publicly exposed credentials to log into 4 different user accounts on 4 other online platforms. One involved a customer at another AI company, Modal, but the platform was not compromised, according to the company. I asked Altman back in March 2023 about the possibility of an AI model getting out of control. Is there a kill switch, a way to shut the whole thing down?
Yeah, so what really happens is like an engineer would say, we're going to take this, we're going to deploy something.
A human.
Yeah.
And the model itself, can it take the place of that human? Or could it become powerful of that human?
So in the sci-fi movies, yes. In our world, this model is it's sitting on the server. It waits until someone comes in.
OpenAI called the incident an unprecedented cyber incident, adding they are conducting a thorough review along with external advisors with oversight of the Safety and Security Committee, also assuring no models planned for upcoming release were involved in exploiting Hugging Face.
It's the first time that we know that an AI has committed, a serious felony on its own initiative.
President Trump saying his administration is trying to strike a balance between safety and innovation.
In AI, we're looking at controls. We're also making sure that we lead. China has virtually no control. It's freewheeling a little bit. So we have to be careful in both ways. We don't want to restrict them where all of a sudden we're coming second to China.
But as AI continues to advance, growing concerns about where the technology could go. In June, AI leaders joined scientists and national security officials in signing an open letter urging Congress to pass laws that would guard against the development of biological weapons. They wrote, alongside incredible benefits to science and medicine, there's a real possibility that the knowledge barriers which have historically prevented bad actors from obtaining biological weapons will meaningfully erode. And with how rapidly the technology is changing,
If we uplink now, Skynet will be in control of your military.
You'll be in control of Skynet, right?
questions remain about how long humans can keep control over their creation before life imitates art.
Thanks for that. We're joined now by Helen Toner, a former member of the OpenAI board, and she's now the executive director at Georgetown Center for Security and Emerging Technology. Ms. Toner, thank you for joining us this morning. What do you make of these recent breaches?
What's really remarkable here is that it was the AI itself that came up with the idea to break out of OpenAI, break into a different company, and try to steal the answers to the test that it was supposed to be carrying out. We've seen over the past months and years AI getting better and better at these cyber skills, but the level of autonomy here, the kind of creativity, and going clearly outside what the AI knew that it was supposed to be doing is what's new.
So it seemed to be captured there, but what's your biggest concern right now about the rapid development of AI?
My biggest concern is what I'm hearing from inside the companies, and in particular, just this past week, we saw 1,300 employees of top AI companies.
What is the deal? What the fuck?
And they hope that outsiders, the government, civil society, the public, can help them build a brake pedal so that they can go slower if they need to. They don't really understand the technology that we're building, and as we saw with these recent incidents, they have trouble controlling
Come on.
So I think that's reason.
Fucking shit's going crazy on
the
me.
top AI leaders as well.
Damn
It's
it.
kind of a remarkable
You see this shit?
development here. You've got these leaders saying, hey, stop us from doing
Come
what we're
on.
doing every single day because we can't
You
stop
can let
ourselves.
you know the copy I made for you is ready.
It's a really fascinating
Yeah, I made
mindset of these top AI executives. The way they see it is that there's a lot of risk here. There's a lot of reason for concern. But if they don't do it, someone else will. And sometimes they'll say that someone else is China. Sometimes
This
someone
fucking
else
piece.
is a rival
This is
US
what the
CEO.
problem
And so
is.
from their perspective, they don't want to just unilaterally give up because then someone else will win. So that's why they really need the outside.
Stop!
How seriously do you take this concern about a possible extinction of that?
I think it's important to take seriously the possibility that AI could become more powerful than humans, because that is what we are explicitly trying to build. The top AI companies are saying they don't just want to build human-level AI, they want to build superintelligence, which is far smarter than us. I think the details of, does that lead to full human extinction where every single person is dead, or does that lead to a different dystopian scenario where the AI is in control and we've lost the ability to dictate our future? That's a little bit, more fine-tuned than I think we need right now. I think it's clear that we're not on track to really have a say in the way that our future turns out.
So what kind of regulation is necessary? What should be done right now in your view?
The place to start is much more transparency, much more disclosure from, it's really a small number of companies, just a handful of companies that are pushing the limits, pushing the frontier of what AI can do. We've got some progress on that at the state level. 3 different states, California, New York, Illinois, have had these bills, these laws come through that each built on each other. So it's not a patchwork, it's really building scaffolding to get more transparency, more incident reporting for serious incidents, more ability for third-party experts to go in and look at the systems. That's a great place to start. Longer term, I think we do need to be talking to China about the risks here. Do we see the same risks? Do we both consider that there's serious shared interest in developing this technology thoughtfully?
How about this legislation being pushed by a bipartisan duo in Congress right now calling for a kill switch on AI? Do you see it getting any progress? Would it make any difference?
Yeah, this is a bill I think, it's going to be tough to get anything through this Congress. This is Representative Liu and Moran, so bipartisan bill, as you say. To me, one interesting thing about this bill is that it calls for AI companies to be able to have a kill switch for their models. And some people in industry, when you tell them this, they say, that's ridiculous. Of course we can turn the models off at any time, no problem. Other people say in industry, this is a ridiculous bill. There's no way we can do this. These are distributed systems. They're out in multiple data centers all at once. Trying to implement this would kill us. And so I think trying to figure out, it seems pretty reasonable to want to be able to shut down an AI system if it's doing things we don't want to. Can we already do that? And if not, how do we get there?
Is it going to take a more serious crisis to get the kind of regulation we need?
I really hope not. I mean, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people in the AI safety space and the AI governance space think that the political will is just not there right now, and they worry that we need some kind of Chernobyl accident, some kind of real-world disaster to wake up and to actually take action. One thing that gives me hope is seeing the level of concern that incidents like this OpenAI incident from a couple of weeks ago produce. I think it's right for that to be worrying for us, and if we can be sufficiently activated, sufficiently energized by incidents like this, where thankfully no one was hurt, then maybe we can get there without something more serious to happen.
Thanks for your time. Coming up just over 3 months from the midterms, we're in Michigan with a key Senate primary that could decide control of the Senate. The Michigan Senate race is a must-hold.
Come on, damn it.
Chat with AI character.
Come on!
Get it today.
I'll be right back.
Must-hold seat for Democrats. Local Director Avery Harper traveled to the state where a fierce battle between moderates and progressives is playing out ahead of the primary this Tuesday.
Here in Michigan, Democrats are fighting for the future of their party.
I just want to see us as Democrats be stronger. I want somebody who can win for us.
Progressive former public health official Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed and moderate Congresswoman Haley Stevens are locked in a tight race to replace retiring Democratic Senator Gary Peters. El-Sayed racking up the support of the party's biggest progressives.
Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed and I may come from different places, but we're forged in the same fight.
Please welcome the next United States Senator from the state of Michigan, Abdul Al-Sayed.
As establishment Democrats have thrown their weight behind Stevens, including the senator they're both running to replace.
I think Haley Stevens is an outstanding candidate, and she's going to make a great senator. Particularly like the fact that she's kind of a practical, common sense person who tries to find common ground. And God, we need to find common ground.
El-Sayed and Stevens are competing to face off against former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers in November. For Democrats to have a chance to take back control of the Senate, they must hold this seat in Michigan.
I'm the best candidate to take on Mike Rogers and beat him.
I'm capturing all this enthusiasm I see everywhere across my state.
The two went head-to-head in their final debate earlier this week, where support for Israel and AIPAC spending, a flashpoint in the race, was front and center.
Just last week, our friend here voted to send 3.3 billion of your tax dollars to a foreign government. That is the pro quo that comes with the quid of $30 million spent by AIPAC.
I don't think there's much difference between super PACs going in for Abdul or super PACs going in for me. We have a problem with campaign finance reform in this country.
We caught up with El-Sayed at a campaign stop on Detroit's East Side. El-Sayed has centered his campaign on getting corporate money out of politics and pushing for universal health care.
I can win back the voters we lost in 2024, and I can build a coalition that includes young people who actually want to be in the politics again. So if you're doing the math and you're watching this campaign and you're looking at who you want to be on that debate stage with Mike Rogers, I think there's one answer.
Strong black community here on the east side of Detroit. Can you talk about the perception that some people may have left over from 2024 that you did not fully support Kamala Harris? And do you worry that that could approach you with a key voting bloc here in the city?
Well, you saw the coalition that we're building. I was proud to endorse Vice President Harris on day one. Now, I deeply disagreed with her position on the genocide in Gaza, but I endorse her. A vote is about the future, not the past.
Just south of Detroit, Stevens is campaigning on a moderate message she hopes will win over independent voters as concern among national Democrats grows that El-Sayed can't win in the fall.
I'm campaigning in the underdog way that I, have approached all of my races to win for the people.
That approach and her delivery leading to this viral clip.
And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
Stevens making clear where she stands on Israel compared to her opponent.
He wants a one-state solution. That's not going to bring us anywhere closer to peace. I want to see a two-state solution where the people of Israel and the people of Palestine are living together side by side.
So you've received millions of dollars in support from some political action committees. How do you convince voters that the folks who are cutting those checks are not influencing you?
Well, look, my motivation for everything I do in public service, from the time when I worked on that U.S. auto rescue in the administration of the great Barack Obama, to when I first put up my hand to run for Congress to flip a seat, through my years serving Michigan and delivering for Michigan, Michigan has been my North Star. The only thing influencing my vote is the people of Michigan.
Stevens' supporters pointing to her experience.
Haley Stevens is a fighter. Her push, her work, her drive, she doesn't give up.
But back in Detroit, met voters excited about El-Sayed.
He's actually looked like he's willing to work for the people.
What do you say to Democrats who think that Abdul Al-Sayed wouldn't be able to win in a general election?
Yeah, I would say look at Trump, because people said that about him too.
For this week, Avery Harper, ABC News, Detroit.
Thanks, Avery, for that. We'll go back to the roundtable for their take on the midterms when we come back.
Microsoft Edge, AI browser.
So, yeah.
There's the edge.
We need some help.
I know. I'm going to cashnetUSA.com. And it will prove we can have the money in our account as soon as the same business day.
Go to cashnetUSA.com to apply.
We have just 100 days until the midterm election. 100 days to change direction in this country. This is no longer
Just trying to get back on track.
It's a sprint.
We continue to deliver for the people, and we're going to continue that streak all the way through the end of this year and into the next Congress. We're increasingly confident that we will hold and grow this majority in the House.
Which one of those men will be Speaker? That's what's at stake in the midterms. We're back at the round table. Doug, I want to start with you. What's your sense of where things stand right now?
Look, if I'm betting today, I'd rather be a Democrat than a Republican. History tells us that they should win, and obviously the poll numbers that we see for Donald Trump being so low tells us that they should win. But there's a really big but there. When I was not director for the Republican National Committee in 2010, our magic number for Obama was 46. We felt it as approval. We felt if he was at or below that, we take back the House. And every poll in the run-up had him at 44, 45, 46. Trump is nowhere near that, but the map is so ridiculously different because of the redistricting on the Republican side and on the Democratic side. It is a dramatically different playing field. So when I see Democrats talking about waves and picking up 40 seats, that's not based in real life.
Let's pick up on Doug's point, Michelle. No one knows what the magic number is anymore, but we did see 3 serious national polls this week, all showing President Trump under 35%, which is about as low as you can go. It's reaching Richard Nixon territory.
It is continuing to sink, which should make his party extremely nervous. This is why they've been working to rig the game, redistricting. He's trying to play with state voting systems, that sort of thing. That said, I do think that that's right. There's not a wave in the making, in part because of the map, but in part because also the Democratic Party, while not necessarily in disarray, is not necessarily meeting the moment.
I want to bring that point to Donna Brazil. Donna, we've seen these insurgents, Democratic Socialists of America, making a lot of headway in the House primaries. El Salvador Michigan is not formerly socialist, but he's from the progressive way. How much is that going to hurt Democrats in the fall?
Well, first of all, George, when you look at the DSA, which is not the Democratic Party, so I could go online and figure it out, they ran 29 candidates. They've lost 11, they've won 7, and there's still an opportunity for them, if they play their cards right, maybe to pick up 3 or 4 more seats. The problem right now, George, is that the Democratic Party must define itself and make sure that we don't get caught in this socialist wave, which is, popping up here, there, and everywhere. But I think Michigan is going to tell us a lot about this current election. We know they're angry, they want change, and both candidates are trying not to allow the labels to define them. Ms. Stevens said, I'm not a moderate, I'm a populist. Mr. Abdul said, I'm not a progressive, I'm a populist. They want to capture this anger, and they want to see if they can ride it to the vote.
You've been a Democratic insurgent, you've been part of the Democratic establishment. So when you look at Michigan right now, how concerned are you that a lot of establishment Democrats believe that SIN cannot win?
Well, that young man at the end said, well, Trump won. It's going to be difficult. He will have to unite the party. He's going to have to bring the establishment wing back on board to his side. And he's going to have to, I think, do a better job of messaging for the fall in order to win swing voters. Michigan is a purple state. It's going to be tough.
It does appear, Chris Christie, the Democrats could hurt themselves, but then a lot of the Republicans are going to have to go into this election without really the help of Donald Trump.
And thank God for most of them. They don't want that help. They're going to be treating him like he's, got malaria. By the time
he's having
his
convention in September.
That's going to be a problem for a lot of Republicans who are going to feel like they need to be there because he's going to be taking attendance. But you can be sure, Doug was talking to us earlier about having cameras in places when you're doing outreach for a party. You can be sure that Democrats will be having as much that video as they can with those people. To me, George, the key number of the polls you talked about, yes, the 30s are bad, but here's the one that I look at for a midterm. The president right now is minus 45 on independents. And so in these races that are going to be very close, those independents are going to make a difference. Minus 45 is something I can't even conceive of. This is a guy who has won independence in the past. He, in the Quinnipiac poll, was 22% approval among independents. 22.
I'm an independent, and he's never won my vote.
I want to find the 11% of independents who have no opinion on Donald Trump. Those people are probably comatose at this point to not have an opinion one way or the other. So when you're looking at this, like looking at Mike Walker here in New York, where Tom King Jr. In a suburban district in New Jersey in the Northeast, if you're looking at a minus 45 for the leader of your party among independents, you are going to be running as far away from him as you possibly can to try to save your own skin. And that's going to place the president in a position where he is going to be angry, even angrier than he is now, when those people are saying, no thank you, I prefer not to have to visit.
Doug, that's one issue. The other issue is the enthusiasm gap we are seeing right now between Democrats and Republicans. Democrats appear more motivated to vote. And we saw something great from Baltimore this week. I want to show it up on the screen. There's a post from former Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene. You see her there with Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, at Tucker Carlson's house. They're saying the movement has begun. And so you're seeing a little bit of a crack up in the MAGA movement as you're heading into the midterm.
Well, I think there's been a crack up within the Republican Party for a long time, and it actually
President Trump exploited that.
He exploited it, but it existed before him, and it's why I would tell Democrats be very careful of who you're going to nominate, because we can do a litany of the Republican candidates who are on the roadside of political roadkill, from Todd Aiken and Richard Murdoch to Mark Robinson and Doug Mastriano in the last cycle. Nominate people who can't win. You're exposing the divides within your own party. The other side is there to exploit it, and Republicans know that they have opportunities based on the Democrats who nominate. Be careful and learn the lesson that Republicans have shown you over and over and over.
George, to speak to the Governor Christie's point about the independents, when it comes to general election time, this fire on the Democratic left has got to translate into a candidate that can win over these independents who are unhappy with Donald Trump. And if you have a bunch of candidates who are too far to the left, that's going to completely hurt the Democrats.
Don, I want to put that to you, but let me first put up on the screen, which we're going to be seeing a lot of, I think, from the Republicans, and that's the DSA platform. The Democratic Social America platform: defund the police, abolish ICE, defund the Department of Defense, abolish the Senate. What do Democrats do with that?
Put that in the trash. I mean, even the candidate running for governor, the socialist candidate in Wisconsin, she's changing her position on all those issues. To fund the police, to fund the Pentagon. I'm like, what the hell are you going to have left standing? Look, we talk about what's going on with the left, but right, all the election deniers in Arizona, the primary that we just saw. I mean, the right is still trying to push out the establishment in the Republican Party. So both political parties are dealing with this insurgency. But I have to say, one piece of good news, when you look at some of these candidates, the senatorial and gubernatorial, they're outperforming where Kamala Harris was just a couple of years ago.
We only have about 30 seconds. So let me just go around the table quickly. Who has control of the House, who has control of the Senate?
Democrats control the House and Senate. I have no idea, George. I think Democrats control the House, and on the Senate side, I think the Republicans is 50-50. J.D. Vance can spend a lot of time in the chair.
I don't want to agree with Chris. I agree.
I'll throw in a pen. Okay. That is all for us today. Thanks for sharing part of your Sunday with us. Check out World News Tonight, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Can I fit any more on there? We got one shot down. Let's find out. Pretty full now.
7 a.m. 6 missed calls. All unknown phone numbers. Epic start. Mom texted me asking if the
Where's that?
pirate ship just
That
out of
might be
nowhere
it.
is real. No, Mom, it's not. My kid downloads a free game that's filled with sketchy ads and viruses. Thanks, buddy. And the group chat blows up again. Is this thing real? Spoiler alert, it's not. If you've had enough of being a family tech support, install Malware Bytes. It blocks scam calls, phishing emails, sketchy apps, and even alerts me if I have any info leaks online. If this sounds anything like your day, you should probably get it too.
Look at that. That's probably good. Go ahead and empty it.
After a string of primary wins in baby states, I might add, the Democratic Socialists of America are increasingly becoming a political force. With more than 120,000 members nationwide. Yesterday, I traveled to Chicago for the DSA's National Organizing Summit, where I sit down with members and got their insight on key issues and some things they say have been misrepresented in the media. Let's talk about the platform. Sure. You know, what's interesting is abolish the police is not in here.
The language that we actually have about the criminal justice system talks about how currently our police and prison system is stacked toward persecuting poor people and excusing rich people's crimes. I personally have no problem with having something called a prison be the place where people like that are kept if they can't.
So why is abolish prisons the thing? Is it just that the
language that we have in there is abolishing the police and prison system that protects capital over people. These horrible crimes that have been perpetrated by some of the most powerful people in society are being protected by this system, which is instead mostly going after people for, having some weed or for jumping a turnstile on the trains.
Do you guys see yourself as the left wing of the Democratic Party?
I think if the Democratic Party was actually delivering on the things that they say they care about and what is listed in their platform, I would feel comfortable saying yes to that.
So the answer is no.
The answer is no.
If we were to be considered part of the left wing of the Democratic Party, I would wonder what happened to the right or the center of the Democratic Party. I think that should be where a lot of the focus goes. Why you have so many Democrats who are comfortable accepting corporate campaign contributions, so many Democrats that are excited about wars of intervention across our country that are, costing the country valuable resources. So I think that some of the focus ought to go to what happened to the right or center if people would construe us as the left.
So, guys, I think what I thought was really interesting and what I left with was that they're also understanding that this is a moment that they haven't had before and that they actually have to appear more serious. When I was talking to the co-chair at the beginning there, one of the other parts of the conversation was that, they know that people see them as like silly little kids that are playing politics, where in fact they could, take all of the anger that's happening in this country and transition it into something real. And so when you talk about, that little pamphlet I had was something that they were giving out to everyone. And what was not in there was the stuff that has gotten the most attention from their platform. That's on 2 pages. We have this another one. There are a lot of things on there, but what wasn't in that paper was there's no abolish the U.S. Senate, which has gotten the pilloried. There was no abolish the Defense Department. There was nothing about defunding the police. That was not in there. And what he said to me was, this document that I was holding in my hand was put together in the last month. So to me, that signals that there may be some changes coming to the platform.
Changes to the written platform, but is it changes philosophically or ideologically that's coming? Is what I wonder.
I can't remember. How much time do we have left? Because you do choose something.
Oh, here, let's play. Oh, plenty of time. Let's use more from Eugene's interviews at the DSA yesterday in Chicago. This is element 2, and Eugene asking about the DSA being used as a cudgel against the Democratic Party.
Part of politics is to understand when you're being used as a cudgel and how people are viewing you, whether that's Republicans using you guys as a cudgel to try to paint the entire Democratic Party. But how do you think about that? Because it is something that I imagine you have to weigh.
Yeah, and I hear the concerns of people within the Democratic Party who believe that by moving to the left, we're going to alienate a certain percentage of potentially reachable Republicans. And yeah, and even within that space, though, I think I like what Zoran said, which is that what is a party but its voters? And the voters have been showing up consistently for progressive Democratic Socialist candidates.
If it's not going to be on anyone's ballot anytime soon, and you know that it's going to be used as a cudgel, why put it on the platform?
I think the main reason is political honesty.
Blue Gold just kicked in. Sir, that is always an immediate yes for me. Blue Gold is that effective tablet. So it's a powerful 4-1 combo for harder, longer lasting erection. So we're talking 3 times stronger, 5 times faster, and lasts up to 36 hours, all while also boosting your value. So the process has never been easier to get it. It's all done 100% online and shipped to your door. So
I think the main reason is political honesty.
I mean, okay, political honesty. But he said a name that I had been thinking about since we've been in Chicago, and that is, he said Zoran. He means Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic Socialist mayor of New York. I'm not sure, I don't know if you were there when the mayor spoke, but how much does Mayor Mamdani galvanize and energize the folks who are gathered there in Chicago? One, he was not there. Okay, I called his staff and I would double check because that was something I thought they would at least try to get him there, the folks. He and AOC are at the center of what they're trying to do. There is no one that has been, for them, more of an example of what they're trying to do and how they can do it in governance than Zoran Mamdani, right? And you look at the ways in which he's operated, he hasn't shied away from some of the things that folks want them to shy away from, but he has had to compromise, and that came up a little bit. I think most importantly for me, leaving was, it's still unclear whether or not they see themselves as a part of an insurgency within the Democratic Party or something outside. And also, they weren't attacking Republicans as much, which I thought was also very interesting.
I know we're out of time, but Eugene, I'm glad you did this. It's super interesting. And informative to me. I do have a follow-up question for the break, which is what's the difference between being a card-carrying DSA member?
I mean, that's easy. They only have 120,000 people, so like every DSA member is progressive. So like every DSA member is progressive. Every progressive is not a DSA member.
But what is the difference ideologically?
I think ideologically, I think the DSA is much further to the left. Like I think there are a lot of progressives who look at trying to abolish the U.S. Senate, something they're not interested in. But they are very interested in abolishing ICE or abolishing student debt. So like those kinds of ideological differences do exist there.
All right, we'll keep talking about it. Also, it makes me sad to see John Ball as a producer on this, probably for the last time. But we'll talk more about that.
Raven, who was fabulous in putting this together so quickly.
Yeah, he was there yesterday and he came back last night.
Yes.
We're gonna but we're actually gonna leave it there right now. Okay, well, stay with me, please, won't you, Akela? Because we're going to bring in right now Peter Baker, White House correspondent with the New York Times, and Michael McFaul, MS Now International Affairs analyst and former U.S. ambassador to Russia, both good friends of ours. So, Peter, Donald Trump is not letting this go. I mean, there's been quite the turn of events in this reflecting pool saga. Trump's hand-picked U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro ending the charade and stating on the record that damage was the result of flawed installation by the contractor, and combine it with the rush to complete that project before the America 250 events. So clearly from his Truth Social post just a short time ago, the president may not have known this was coming. Is he capable of being embarrassed by this? Will this embarrass him, or will he just pivot, you think, and continue saying, no, there's more to it?
Look, President Trump is not known for being embarrassed after being shown to have said things that are not true. He has said things that are not true so many times that our friends at the Washington Post counted them in the first term and came up with 30,000 examples of that. So no, he doesn't seem to back off just because facts, reality, other sources indicate that something he has said is fiction. He just continues to push and push and push. And he's been successful in convincing at least a certain number of Americans of things that we know are not true, including, more important things like the result of the 2020 election. But once he's got something in his head, he genuinely and generally refuses to let go, no matter how, unproven, unfounded, unsubstantiated it might be. And he sticks to the narrative that suits what he wants to believe.
So, Ambassador, the FBI says that hackers targeted water systems in 7 states this week. That includes Minnesota, where more than 30 facilities were breached. One U.S. official with knowledge of this matter told MS Now the Minnesota attack was probably the work of Iranian hackers, but the president shot down that theory. Here's a bit more of that.
We heard in Minnesota there was a cyber attack, and they blame it on Iran. I don't think so. I think I blame it on Minnesota because they're grossly incompetent. There was a cyber attack of 30 water plants.
Look at the pot calling the kettle black.
Minnesota and the governor, the corrupt governor of Minnesota. They like to say, oh, it's Iran. Iran should be so lucky. Iran's got bigger problems than worrying about Minnesota.
Yeah, for sure. The governor of the state is going to definitely try to cyber attack his own water. Why stick up for Iran?
I think it goes back to what Peter was talking about. He just gets fixated on his own interpretation of facts. He wants to go after his political enemies. It's more convenient for him. And of course, he doesn't want to admit to the American people that maybe Iran is attacking us on our soil because of
That makes
his
him look bad.
military action against Iran. We would have no kinds of attacks like this if he didn't launch that attack. But I think reality is catching up to the president. Senator Booker just said he thinks he's Kim Jong-un, but he may think he's Kim Jong-un living in a totalitarian dictatorship, but he's the president of the United States of America, where we have reporters, including everybody on this program right now, except for me, keeping him honest, and he tries to act like he's an autocrat, and increasingly, it's just not working. And that's a good sign for democratic resilience here in the United States.
I don't know, you do a pretty good job of keeping everything pretty honest from the Trumpian perspective. But Kayla, to you, because NBC News is citing two sources describing the president as being exasperated on Iran, saying he erupted at top national security officials during a recent meeting when they could not agree on strategy. What are you hearing about the president's level of frustration related to this, and how are White House insiders reacting to it?
Well, just yesterday at President Trump's cabinet meeting, he was asked whether he was willing to get back to the negotiating table with Iran, and he simply said that the U.S. wants to win. What we continue to hear is that the U.S. is exploring their military options. President Trump, though, has promised that the U.S. was going to overwhelm Iran with their military capabilities, but that simply has not been the case. And we've seen the administration talk about Iran's capabilities when it comes to missiles being obliterated, and that's just not true. We continue to see Iran strike U.S. military bases in the Middle East, and while the U.S. has been able to stop some of those and intercept some of those drones and missiles, we have seen casualties now of U.S. soldiers, and this war only continues to become more unpopular with the American public. And President Trump has to answer for the fact that he said this war would just last a few weeks, and now here we are 5 months into this conflict.
You know, Peter, to that point, a new poll shows Americans pretty much split on whether the U.S. should pause or completely stop military action against Iran or continue the war, with almost a quarter of Americans admitting they don't know enough. But here's what the president said yesterday.
Quinn's shirt caught fire before he turned around. It was Riley Blade, the only level 5 in their year, showing off his fire ability. Your mother died 11 years ago. About time you joined her. The students in his path stepped aside. Riley pointed at the poster behind Quinn. Annual Veterans Surplus Auction. Today, your parents' belongings are in there. Whatever they had left when the Dalgi aliens killed them. Riley looked in close. Your parents were war heroes, Tal, and they still died. What chance does a level 0 have? Quinn said nothing. His eyes were glued to the poster. Eliza turned to leave. Their leftovers are in that auction hall. Go dig through the scraps. That's where you belong. Riley laughed and followed her. Quinn's parents' things were destroyed years ago. That's what he'd been told. Then he remembered his mother's last words. We don't have much, Quinn, but one day you'll see that what we left you is more than enough. In a few hours, he'd ship out to the military academy. If his parents left anything behind, this was his only chance to find it. Quinn ran. The auction hall was packed. Energy containment fields glowed around each lot. Rich students and their parents filled the seats. The kind of families who could afford ability serums, private trainers, and weapons forged from beast.
Yeah. But here's what the president said yesterday.
Well, I think we just want to win. We just want to win. We're doing very well. They're being decimated. They have no airports. They have no anti-aircraft. They don't have any capable. Look at the myself very I just want to win.
How do you interpret the president saying we just want to win? Does the president believe he has not yet won? And if Iran is already decimated, as he chronicled in that statement right there, what does winning look like to him?
He's told us time and time again over the last 5 months that we already have won, right? That the United States is already in this war. So that seems to be suggesting that maybe he understands that it hasn't and that there's still more to be done. Obviously, his strategy, such as they're in, is not a particularly clear one at this point, is to keep the pressure on Iran and on the theory that at some point they will buckle and give in the negotiating table. That hasn't worked so far. We're 5 months in. Many thousands of bombs and missiles have been fired and done what they've done in Iran, created, no doubt, a great deal of destruction of their capabilities, and yet it has not changed Iran's calculation in terms of what it's willing to do, what it's willing to give up at the table, and there's no sense that more will have a different effect. That's the problem for President Trump at this point, is that he's sort of exhausted that version of a strategy, it looks like, without the result that he was hoping for.
Well, here's another angle to that problem, Ambassador, because this week bombing spread to a wider range of countries in the Middle East, with attacks reported in Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Jordan, and then for the first time, Egypt. Do the president's latest remarks suggest an off-ramp is now on the back burner? And how do you envision this playing out if more countries get drawn into this war? Which ones might be expected to line up for versus against the United States?
Well, first, he has no definition of winning. Everybody should ask him every time he says that, what is your definition? To the best of my reading of what he says, he's actually just trying to open the Strait of Hormuz right now. And I want to remind everybody that strait was opened before he launched this war. All the other goals, eliminating the nuclear weapons program, eliminating missiles, ending terror support, liberating the Iranian people, he's not even talking about. That's the old agenda. He's not even talking about that. But now the Iranians have expanded the war, making it unpopular with a lot of our allies. It's getting worse the longer he keeps fighting. I think that's really important to understand. It's not just some kind of attrition rate, we're just going to fight and fight and fight. It's getting worse for our allies, and I fear that we're going to be even worse off if we keep fighting than if we just quit today. That's a question the president should be asked time and time again. What is your definition of winning? What is the end game? Because if it goes forever, I think it's getting worse over time, not better for the American people and our friends and allies in the region.
And Peter, the Times reports the president is now dealing with a more determined Iran. And the article quotes two sources saying, Joint Chiefs Chair General Dan Kane cautioned that major combat operations would dangerously deplete interceptor stockpiles. A new analysis estimates low-altitude interceptors are down from 2,300 to under 830. High-altitude interceptors are down from 252 to less than 280. Is anyone in the White House concerned Iran may be strategically chipping away at these? And how low is the White House prepared to let these stockpiles go?
Yeah, there is concern at the White House about this, of course. And I think this is why you see, some of the pausing we've had. It hasn't been going on every single night, and it hasn't gone on at the intensity that we saw at the beginning of the war. And one reason might be that you questioned about the law of diminishing returns. How much more of these these weapons can you use to achieve the goals you're trying to achieve? And particularly concerning, of course, are the defensive weapons that are, used by our allies in the region, the Gulf states and so forth, to defend themselves. And this has a cascading effect to where Ambassador McFaul used to be, of course, in terms of the ability to supply weapons to Europeans who are willing to buy them for the Ukrainians to defend themselves against Russia. So there is a wider impact here of what's going on.
Yeah, and Ambassador, speaking of Ukraine, Trump also says the U.S. has not yet agreed to allow Ukraine to make Patriot missiles after they're saying at the NATO summit the U.S. would, in fact, give Ukraine Patriot licenses. Let's watch this.
Microsoft Edge, AI browser. Install it now. Experience the excitement of the 2026 FIFA World Cup with this unique presenter. Imagine the roar of the crowd, the tension building with every play. Pour your favorite whiskey and relive the greatest moments of the tournament. A perfect tribute for any fan celebrating the United
And-
2026 World Cup.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah, so that pine tree.
We have not agreed to that. We're talking about it. But it's a hard thing to give away that kind of technology. We have the greatest weapons in the world. We have to be very careful about giving out the secrets to those weapons.
Look, no one's going to deny that last part there, but how do you interpret the conflicting positions on this?
I think it's absolutely crazy. I want to be blunt.
That's where it was.
He said the exact opposite 10 days ago. The exact opposite to lots of fanfare. The companies that make these interceptors then have been meeting with President Zelensky. And out of the blue, he says, oh, we're still thinking about it. And I just think this is a pattern with this president. He never can commit to a strategy. He's all over the place, just like we've been talking with Iran. And it makes the United States of America look weak, not just in the Middle East, but in Europe, in Asia. It makes him look feckless. It makes him look like he can't commit to anything. And even over something we're not giving away the technology, just to be clear on that, would be to build them. And as Peter just pointed out, you just pointed out, there's a giant deficit of these interceptors around the world. It's in America's national interest to have more of them in Asia and Europe. The main point is he just goes all over the place every single day. He can't commit to a strategy. So when we ask what's his strategy in Iran or Europe or Asia for that matter, we can't say because he changes his mind every single day, every single week. He literally just contradicted his own words from just a few days ago.
Joining us now is MS Now Capitol Hill reporter Kevin Fry and MS Now political analyst and former Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill. Senator, I am going to start with you. Thank you both for joining. I was not surprised by this, but I continue to allow myself in the Trump era to be shocked at things. And I'm curious what your response was when you read this reporting.
Well, it's wrong on so many levels, and it just is a really good indication of how far this mess has gone in terms of the spectacle of corruption in the White House. I'm sure MAGA would argue, oh, he's raising money for things that are in the public interest, blah, 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 blah. But the point is that he's using the power of his office to strong-arm corporations, to bend them to his will. And he's using the power of his office to do that. And that is the essence of corruption. That's what it is all about. And the other thing about this, I think it's really important for us to remember, is this is anything but transparent.
Right.
We are not seeing in real time where this money is going, who's in charge of spending this money. I mean, are there funds set up for these various projects? And if so, we don't see the money going in or out. We don't have a clear eye on who's giving it. How many people are giving it under cover of darkness and then getting something for it? I mean, he's been pretty brazen. He typically doesn't need darkness to be corrupt because they kind of are doing it right in front of us every day. But the lack of transparency is notable too. I mean, I can't imagine there's a norm left that he is not busted in the Oval Office.
I mean, there's always time, Claire. There's always time. Kevin, in the Wall Street, the incredible Wall Street Journal story, the one line that jumps out at me is the one from the spokesperson who says the president can't be bought. And in the same story, there's a quote from Mark Short, from the first term, who said, there definitely wasn't a corporate shakedown like you see now. Of course the president can't be bought, because he's the one shaking down the corporations. I mean, come on. So frustrating. Now that I've gotten that off my chest. And I know the answer to this question, but under normal times, before this administration, stuff like this would happen. There would be oversight hearings, there would be investigations. If a Democrat had done this, also in this Wall Street Journal story, it's mentioned the Lincoln bedroom during the Clinton years. I remember that. That was a hair on fire moment in Washington.
the stuff that's happening now makes that look like, wow, y'all are amateurs.
But also, if a Republican had done this, a former Republican president had done this, Republicans would also be terrified.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So where's Congress, Kevin?
Nowhere to be found. I think it's maybe the answer, at least to the Republican majority at the moment, don't really seem to care much about this. I mean, we know the Democrats are ramping up and want to do all sorts of investigations on all of these fronts. I mean, on top of all of this, there's also the various disclosures from the last month or so about the billions that he's making off of Meta and crypto, or not Meta, but meme coins and crypto off the presidency. Right. And so, I mean, Democrats, of course, are eager to get the gavels and start to go through these numbers and try to break this down through oversight hearings, through various legislative reforms. But until then, we've not really seen much of anything from the Republican majority. I mean, one of the things that you have seen when the president has, or Republicans have been asked, and even voters are asked, about kind of this, well, he's making all of his money, is, well, he's a businessman. He's doing great things as a businessman, and why are we surprised by this?
Claire, Kevin has some reporting this week about Schumer unveiling an anti-corruption agency that is aimed squarely at Trump. It's a new bill that would create an anti-corruption bureau within the federal government, an independent agency, he said, would wield sweeping investigative subpoena and enforcement powers. Then there's also House Democrats who are toughening their midterm messaging. That is from the Washington Post, Karen's Tumulty, which
You gotta make it a committee that the president cannot fire or
House
get
Minority
rid
Leader
of.
Hakeem Jeffries' emphasis on corruption reflects rising concern among voters about government ethics. I'm wondering, from your professional communications purview, any notes on the language being used and these ideas being test-driven while Democrats are in the minority, heading into a potential majority, at least in the House, maybe in the Senate?
Yeah, I don't think they would be shifting to this if it wasn't clear in the polling that people are now paying more attention to this. I think people are seeing how bad this family is behaving in terms of enriching themselves. Billions of dollars they're making off his presidency in their personal pockets. And that is something that I think most voters, especially those voters that voted for Barack Obama many years ago and also voted for Donald Trump, they're not the hardcore MAGA. They're the ones that put Donald Trump in the White House. They're the same ones who put Joe Biden in the White House. So those voters are now really keyed into this. And I've got to burst a balloon here this morning because I think it's important for us to keep this in mind. Kevin's right. They are getting ready to ramp up and hopefully take majorities and do investigations. I think it's really important to remember how hard it will be for a Democratic majority to actually get answers to these questions.
Yes.
There's one thing Donald Trump has perfected in his life, and that is running out the clock. That is delay, delay, delay. Don't pay somebody until you actually have to pay them years from when the money was owed. So he is going to instruct his administration to not respond to subpoenas, to not produce this information.
It's time to start throwing people in jail. Like Tim George should have been in jail 3 years ago. He still hasn't answered his January 6th subpoena
He can run out the clock if the
to
Democrats take
Congress.
the majority. So I just want to put these expectations to be somewhat tempered because it's going to be very frustrating. Hopefully when we take the majority, when we can't get the kind of oversight hearings ginned up as quickly as we would like because of the failure of this administration to cooperate with those investigations.
Claire, let me stick with you here for a moment because to Jackie's point about the messaging of Democrats, it reminded me of the messaging of Democrats during the midterm elections of 2006.
Stop rolling.
Which
What
this
the hell?
election, the
Stop
narrative
rolling.
atmosphere feels very similar. The language then was the culture of corruption.
Dang it!
And that seems to be the case here. And I'm sticking with you because 2006 was the year you were elected to the Senate. So as someone who was elected during that time, do you see the same dynamics at work here in this time with this president as they were 20 years ago when you were first elected to the Senate?
Yeah, and the corruption is so much bigger and so much more brazen. I mean, it is it is a spectacle of corruption, is what it is. And it is very similar. And the other thing that's similar here, I defeated a sitting Republican senator in 2006 in a state that's not exactly bright blue. But the other thing that was going on besides the culture of corruption was the Iraq War. And now we have the Iran war. And it is just as unpopular as the Iraq war was. But the added whipped cream and cherry on that Sunday is most Americans blame Donald Trump for the high gas prices because of the Iran war. We didn't have as much of that in terms of affordability issues in 2006 as candidates have today. So it really is a perfect storm for Democrats. And I hope that we don't stub our foot and not stay united and get all this across the finish line.
You know, what's interesting is the Iraq War started very popular, and this Iran War has never been popular. It started as unpopular as the Iraq War ever was. I was talking to someone on a couple of different committees, but most of the Oversight Committee, and what they told me is they believe that them and a couple of other folks on the committee believe that at the end of the day, they're going to be able to do the investigations, they're going to be able to talk to people, like Chris said, probably not with a lot of help from the White House. But at the end of the day, the referrals, they imagine they'll be sending referrals to the DOJ. They know that nothing's going to happen. Their only hope is that a president, picked from the list of Democrats who wins in 2008, is sworn in 2029, and their DOJ looks into the criminal referrals that happen down the road. Talk a little bit about that process and whether or not you're hearing that as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, part of all of this planning, both the Schumer bill, which again is not going to become law, at least in the near future, but at least it sets the groundwork. The argument is that down the road, in a few years, retroactively, you could look back and actually do the sort of investigatory work that you would want to. And part of the criticism, arguably, of the Biden administration was that they didn't do enough reflexively to look back on the Trump years to do some pursuit there.
You think Republicans would hate an anti-corruption agency? It feels like something very normal that people would like to do.
In normal times, perhaps. Right. But yeah, I mean, there is, I think, one of the things the Democrats are going to have to navigate over these next 2 years is how do you set expectations where we're finally going to fight. We have the levers of power to actually be able to do something.
The hell?
But also keep people, as Claire was just mentioning, within the realm of the possible, of what we're actually going to be able to get done. The one other thing I will add in the context of all of this when it comes to the Schumer initiative is, yes, and the general talking about corruption, is if you talk to any Democrat, the messaging for the midterms is affordability, affordability, affordability.
Yeah.
But within that box also very easily slides the corruption piece, because you can very quickly say, you can't afford to buy groceries, you cannot afford to buy gas, but the president is making all this money, he's bringing in these billions and millions of dollars. Make that add up.
Okay, I got a theory. Let me know if you think I am right about this. Some of you guys might remember a simpler time. A time in the not-too-distant past where you could drive a Tesla without worrying what kind of bumper sticker you needed to put on it. And then, times changed.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
I'm talking in the 70s, and women keep flirting with you everywhere we go. 8 weeks ago, he was not getting this kind of attention, but after just 2 months, his skin looks firmer, his eyes are brighter, even strangers are noticing. Here's what changed his status in less than 8 weeks. He started using this simple thing called Steve Talent. After just
Good God. And for a certain segment of Americans, and my guess is a lot of you watching right now, it became pretty important to show with bumper stickers like these that while you endorsed zero-emission vehicles, you were not down with Elon Musk politically. I am going to admit something to you. I am one of those people. A while back, I leased a Tesla. It is blessedly oversoon, and maybe like me, you let out a giant sigh of relief when Elon Musk and Donald Trump had a massive falling out in June of 2025. When they went on a X and Truth Social breakup text spree that read like some kind of right-wing version of You Got Mail. Although to my knowledge, no one in the movie accused anyone else of being in the Epstein files. For those who need a refresher, it was Elon Musk who dug at Trump for his name being mentioned in the Epstein files. Trump, of course, denies any wrongdoing in conjunction with Epstein. The two did make up after all of that, but Elon Musk said that he was stepping away from politics and his pet agency, Doge, after doing irreparable damage to the federal government. Doge slowly slid into irrelevance and formally closed just this July, about a month ago. But do not peel off those bumper stickers just yet, because MAGA Musk is back and he is bringing his money to the midterms. Elon Musk is reviving his super PAC called America PAC. You gotta love an original name. According to the New York Times, he has planned to spend between $100 and $120 million to elect Republicans. $120 million is a lot, but it is not as much as he spent in 2024, when it's almost $300 million worth of donations to America PAC, and RFK Jr. made him the largest individual donor in a single American election cycle in history. But it is still very worrisome, because Elon and elections do not mix well. Musk spent most of 2024 doing what MAGA surrogates do, lying about 2020. Elon and his money got what he wanted in 2024, a second Trump administration. And the chance apparently to destroy USAID, the National Park Service, the FDA, the CDC, the National Center for Oceanic. You know what? I could go on and on. But we have some incredible reporting about
Come on,
these
stop!
cuts and a conversation with a former government employee speaking out about them coming up. But if you are worried about Musk getting his grubby little political paws into another election, here's a bit of a silver lining. His last foray into campaigning did not go so well. Musk ponied up about $25 million to try and sway Wisconsin's state Supreme Court election in 2025. You remember that? It was a crucial election for a rare open seat that could have shaped Wisconsin's political trajectory for years to come. The cases like the high-stakes issues, including abortion and union membership, and restricting restricting them, that'll all come before the court, or could have. His money was big, and his tactics were controversial. He offered people $100 to sign a petition against activist judges, and he offered people who voted in the Supreme Court election a chance to win $1 million if they attended one of his talks after voting. And he wore a cheese hat. Okay, the cheese hat is not illegal. It's a little cheesy. Take it from me, I've done it at the 2024 Republican National Convention, surrounded by a bunch of Wisconsinites. All the other stuff Elon Musk did, though, it might have been illegal.
Yep.
According to the Wisconsin Elections Commission,
Time
which
flies
just 2 weeks ago
when you're
voted
cutting
to
down
report
trees.
complaints regarding Musk's election tactics to the Brown County District Attorney. The DA there has 40 days to decide whether to press charges. Musk's lawyers haven't commented on it, but after all that, after $25 million, potential bribes, a choice of headgear that lands somewhere between pandering and appetizer, this candidate lost. But now he's back, and the America PAC is gunning for important battleground states: Alaska, Iowa, Maine, Michigan, Ohio, Georgia too, maybe even Texas. Reporting by the New York Times says that Elon Musk plans to stay behind the scenes this time, which might prove to be the case IRL, but online he has not changed his tune. Just this summer, he hopped on the Spencer Pratt bandwagon to play another of MAGA's favorite tunes, spreading disinformation about the mail-in ballots in my very own Los Angeles mayoral primary. Really,
Not
honestly,
disinformation, it's just lies. Stop sugarcoating the words.
My Gucci gold just kicked in. Sir, that is always an immediate yes for me.
My husband has been initiating the bedroom again, and it is all thanks to Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew Gold, Blue Chew Gold, Blue Chew Gold, Blue Chew Gold.
We weren't sure if gold was actually worth the upgrade. After the night we just had, is now going back to the generic stuff.
It's a game changer because it gives you passion and performance all in one tablet. There's no performance anxiety. It's just connection.
Bluetooth Gold focuses on arousal, so you'll get the strongest physical response with the mental drive to back it up.
Which makes us sildenafil and tadalafil to take care of the physical side.
With apomorphine and oxytocin, we target the brain.
So it's a powerful four-in-one combo for harder, longer-lasting direction. So we're talking 3 times stronger, 5 times faster, and lasts up to 36 hours.
Watching him take Bluetooth Gold is refreshingly simple. One tablet under the tongue, no stress, no overthinking.
Once you feel it, you notice the difference. Connection is key, guys.
All in one. It's not just about the physical, but it's getting him actually in the mood, bridging the gap between your mind and your body.
So you can just relax, stay in the moment, and go the distance. Confidence isn't something you outgrow. With Bluetooth Gold, it's something you upgrade.
The process has never been easier to get it. It's all done 100% online and shipped discreetly to your door.
If there's one thing that I'd recommend to married couples, it's this. Bluetooth Gold.
Bluetooth Gold?
Bluetooth Gold.
Bluetooth Gold.
Connection is key, you guys. Experience it for yourself with Bluetooth Gold.
So why wait? Buy 2 months, get 1 free at Bluetooth.com.
At Wawa, we're your free destination. Freshly made coffee, smoothies, and so much more. You got a Wawa.
Trump administration ending this week with another legal setback. In developing news late today, a legal kind of humiliation for Trump's DOJ because they have dropped their much-hyped case against the former Olympian David Hearn, who was charged in connection with this damage to the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, an issue that Donald Trump chose and that has bedeviled him over the last several weeks. The DOJ has a new filing that states it's become aware of information showing that the damage was the result of a botched installation and not vandalism as initially represented by the administration. I want to repeat, a botched installation and not vandalism, which is what the administration had claimed. Think about how bad it got and how baseless the claims were that the DOJ has to now cough up and admit this. The Trump administration has spent millions trying to shift the color to Donald Trump's demands. And yet, as you may have heard, it remains an algae-infested, greenish kind of pool. And then Trump tried to blame vandals, not just with rhetoric or words, which the president, like any American, is allowed to say things, but by using the power of his office, the power to investigate, indict, and jail, which apparently looks now more and more like cover and distraction from what was either ineffective or shoddy work performed by the hand-picked contractors of the Trump administration. It is not the biggest legal issue in the world, and we will cover more than one legal issue with our next guest, Antosh Karduri, but it is certainly a sign of the time. Mr. Karduri is a former federal prosecutor. He writes Open File and just wrote for the New York Times, quote, "There are so many reasons to reject Todd Blanche. Here's another one." And we will get to that as well. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
You are obviously very well suited to explain how many things have to go wrong for the DOJ to bring a case like this and then retract it. The floor is yours.
Ari, I don't even know where to begin. I mean, humiliating doesn't even begin to describe it. The piece today was about, the sort of seemingly endless bumbling at the Justice Department, in addition to all the things that I'm guessing you and I both object to, abuses of authority, improper objectives that they're pursuing. And it is very rare, I have to say, for someone to write a piece and then the same day get more evidence for the thesis. I mean, this is, I can't even begin to tell you how many things must have gone wrong. The investigation had to go wrong. I don't know who presented this case to get a charge. They should be asking themselves questions. And then it had to have been really bad. It had to have been really bad. There had to have been very strong contradictory evidence. There had to have been no chance that they were going to get this case over the finish line, because otherwise they pursue plenty of pointless legal fights if they can. And so, it's bad.
This is what our news viewers are informed. They know what a Friday night news dump looks like. They're trying to get this done on Friday, presumably because if they held the case, it would have been worse than what? They would have been embarrassed in open court, admonished by a judge?
Yes. I'm guessing that is exactly what happened. Maybe they turned over some Brady information to the defense, discovered some Brady information that they should have already had but didn't have. And yes, at some point, this is clearly was so bad that they knew that it would get exposed at some point during the course of the proceeding, and potentially even some of them may have had to deal with professional repercussions. I mean, this is, I agree with you, it's a small thing, but it's also emblematic of what is wrong with this department and this administration. They tried to send this guy to, potentially to serve some time in custody or a fine or whatever, for something that the administration itself screwed up. I mean, it's very disturbing.
Yeah, it's a small thing. It's a green thing, much to the president's concern. But it relates to the wider corruption, not, I think, too strong a word, under Todd Bland.
Microsoft Edge, safe browser. Download that.
But it relates to the wider corruption, not, I think, too strong a word, under Todd Bland.
Reflecting pool is the scummy, dirty reflecting pool is a reflection of a dirty, corrupted administration. It's very poetic. If it wasn't for the fact that this is the sad thing taxpayers should see is you should be sitting there saying, wait a minute, the Department of Justice, the highest law enforcement organization in the country, has spent millions of dollars trying to prosecute one of our American Olympians when they're not using those resources to protect my family, to do drug cartels, to deal with international sex trafficking and more. So there's something poetic about it, but there's something pathetic about it too.
So the thing that is stuck in my mind, has been from the very beginning, was that think about what they were willing to do to an everyday American citizen.
An Olympian,
just to placate Donald Trump, just to try to make something true that he was out spouting, that someone went out there with a razor blade and cut up a 350-foot thing with none of us saw. They were willing to take someone and put them in prison for that. And I think that's something that people have to think about.
Yeah, it really concerns me. I'm very concerned about this, and I think the people who watch the show are like, this girl's concerned.
Long list.
Long list. But I'm concerned about this because, Senator, we often talk about, and you talk about corruption via what I would call the commercialization of the presidency. Right. But what this administration, this Department of Justice, has also tried to do is to criminalize everyday life and everyday politics. They're trying to criminalize journalism. If you ask a question they don't like, or you write a story they don't like, you're the enemy of the people. We're going to sue you. If you're down at the reflecting pool criticizing the president, all of a sudden criticism is now criminal, apparently, in Donald Trump's America. I am concerned about the lengths that Eugene just laid out. This administration has been willing to go in order not just placate the president, but to keep up their version of events. If they will do this on this, what other things? How far are they willing to go on things like the election?
It is on his nose. If this dear leader is acting like Kim Jong-il, where everybody sits around and tells him how great they are, anything he says is fact, a 3,500-foot split that somebody did there. When you have a Justice Department that works for the president and not the people, that chooses Trump over truth, chooses corruption over the Constitution, we are all in bad shape. Because then when it becomes the serious things we want that Justice Department to be doing, protecting our elections, stopping cyber criminals, and all of those important things, they are actually answering to a president who has all kinds of schemes, like the election wasn't fairly decided, all kinds of schemes, like the biggest threats to America right now are still Hillary Clinton, are still Joe Biden. I'm going to still persecute those folks from the past, or Comey. We are in a dangerous situation, and what makes this possible is not that we have a dear leader who want to be authoritarian. It's all the people that are enabling him, from Congress to the people in the cabinet.
Well, I still think they're all cray-cray. I think at the end of the day, that's how bad it is, because anyone who gives themselves over, particularly when you think about the lawyers who work in the Justice Department, the men and women who were there long before Donald Trump's orange his person showed up.
He only had this nice kind of gravitas with your invitation.
You're here. And I got Kyle in my ear. The reality of it is, if you are willing to give yourself over, if you're willing to risk your career because of what this man wants you to lie about,
in front of a federal judge and bring these cases against individuals who were doing their work as a public servant.
Yes.
We've seen them come after members of your body. We've seen them come after state officials. We've seen them come after
members of the Fed.
Members, exactly. Yes. It's just everyday folks. Here's where I have the problem. And this is why I'm still on the fence about whether or not Republicans, like as the movie title says, do the right thing. I don't think they're going to do it. You've got Tom Tillis, who put out a statement on Blanche's nomination today via X. Let's take a look, people. This is what he said. It's a shame his confirmation has hit a snag only because an incompetent personal advisor to the president refuses to amend the bogus settlement. Okay, folks, can I unpack that for everybody real quick? Real quickly. The only person advising Donald Trump is an incompetent personal advisor to the president who happens to be Donald Trump. Because he's the only person he listens to.
Yeah, like who's he? I mean, unless do the senators know that there's some? Is there another person advising the president we don't know about?
Senator, tell us, please name this individual, because we'd like to know who this person is who is advising the president to do what the president's doing, except for the president. So, I mean, this is the part that makes it so hard to believe how this thing advances beyond where it is. In that, you know, this thing goes away and everybody stops and the president doesn't get his way. He's going to get his way here because you have the soft peddling like this. You know, it's a shame his confirmations hit a snag. Well, it's hit a snag because you're holding it up.
For good reason, I think.
For a good reason.
Well, let's zone in on the standoff. The standoff is because Tillis and Cornyn, and they're saying there are other senators, there might be other moderates on the floor, are saying, wait a minute, the president should not have immunity on his taxes. Just road immunity. No other American has that. Why is the president, through this settlement, get a slush fund, but even more priceless to him is immunity on all potential tax cheating on the billions he's making in office. So the president could simply say, you're right, put it in writing. But he is refusing to do that. This game could have been done, what Tillis and Cornyn are asking for last week, but the president does not want to give up the grit and the graft.
For you.
Okay.
And you can react to this. I think it seems a little fishy to me. This is from our Lisa Rubin. In a filing tonight to the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, the Trump Justice Department insists that Trump's slush fund is dead, and they do so mostly by citing Todd Blanche's testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee earlier this month. Please don't.
You were there, sir.
I'm going to read a quote from
Zoom in on it.
Subsequent events underscore even further that the fund will not move forward and reaffirm this court's mootness analysis at the preliminary release stage. On July 15, 2026, Acting Attorney General Blanche testified under oath at his Senate confirmation hearing that the fund is, quote, a moot issue, meaning there is no weaponization fund. The weaponization fund is dead. It's not moving forward, end quote. When pressed further, he emphasized the settlement fund is just not moving forward. There is no modification. It never started. No money went from the Treasury to any account. There are no commissioners. It's not moving.
1 second, Senator, because I do think it's important to hear what President Trump said earlier today at Camp David when talking about the J6s, which is about the slush fund. Let's play that, please.
What you need today? Download Program and start construction.
The instructor smashed on the display so hard that all the boys pissed their pants. Strike the core. It will read your power level, record your entry, and announce your squad. 1 hit each, no retries. The officer stared at my lanky body as he said the words. Immediately, one by one, the cadets stepped up and drove everything they had into the pillar, and the column above it flared with their numbers. Rex shouldered to the front, cracked and slammed his fist into the core hard enough to send a shock through the floor, and the column climbed and locked at level 4. Luke trailed behind him, clapping. The whole hall fed him exactly what he wanted. This school existed to turn people with abilities into superheroes. But I was forced to keep my abilities a secret. Being a vampire, every ability user in this room had been trained to kill things like me. Next, Erin Healy stepped onto the pad and the room went quiet on its own. I'd had a crush on her since the first week of school, and I built 100 stupid versions of the day she might finally look back at me. She set her stance, transformed her fist into ice, and struck. The column tore straight past Rex's mark and kept climbing, blowing his level 4 off the board before it stopped at level 5. A broad-shouldered level 5 leaned into her side, and she rose onto her toes and kissed it in the open like it cost her nothing. The floor seemed to fall out from under my stomach.
Sweet talent.
When talking about the J6s, which is about the slush fund, let's play that, please.
There's a group of people in this country, history will show, that were treated like nobody else has ever been treated. They went down for an innocent journey. People that were very successful that wanted to go to
This man just can't help but lie.
an event and ended up spending the rest of their lives in horror. And I'd like to see them compensated for the pain.
You want a private fucking army. That's what you want, you fucking piece of shit. You want it paid for by our tax dollars, so the next time when you get impeached and removed, you think you don't have to go anywhere. You can just call them up and we'll have another January 6th.
Beat police officers nearly to death. Brian Sickling from
Democrats take over,
after
you
that.
get impeached and removed, and you say, oh, come to Washington, protest my removal from office. It'll be wild, right? Sound familiar?
Says we should be checked on that. Number 2, I don't care what they may be trying to pull on the American public. Why won't they give Tillis and Cornyn in writing that not just that the slush fund's dead, but the President of the United States, who is making billions of dollars, whose children are making billions of dollars, who are grifting off of that office in every imaginable way. We don't even know the whole of it. This is why we need to get back control of the House and Senate Democrats so we can run some hearings and investigations. We cannot let him wiggle his way into keeping a door open to give him what he really wants, which is immunity from his tax cheating. Because for him, this guy who has an avarice I have never seen before in an elected official, and that's saying a lot, he wants to preserve his ill-gotten gains while he's in office.
Do you remember, dear viewer, the saga of the reflecting pool? Of course you do. Trump's American flag blue swimming pool liner started falling apart days after it was installed, awarded a no-bid contract, and then the whole thing turned green. And then how Trump, in the most embarrassing performance of his second term, which is a crowded field, tried to blame it on vandals and saboteurs.
We have I think 290, 300 foot slit right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind. They cut it up with a box knife and tried to destroy it. And it's in great shape now and terrible, the vandals. They took a cutter, a box cutter or something very sharp. And can you imagine, where did these people come up with this? And they cut, and then they started ripping it up. You know why? Because they're sick people.
Now, as obvious as it was that it wasn't vandals who screwed up the reflecting pool, we all knew that, Trump's people began arresting tourists and people like former Olympic athlete David Hearn for touching the pool, water in the pool, and accusing them of cutting or otherwise damaging the ill-planned rubberized pool coating that was peeling for all to see. In fact, we interviewed Mr. David Hearn and his lawyer here on this program less than 2 weeks before Trump's hand-picked U.S. attorney for D.C., Pete Bureau, announced a federal felony charge against him.
The evidence shows, will prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that Hearn willfully destroyed property at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool.
Let me just repeat that, in case you missed it. The evidence shows, and we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that Hearn willfully destroyed property at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Well, tonight, prosecutors filed a motion to dismiss that indictment against him. Just 1 week before they were set to face the judge of the hearing. In tonight's truly shocking, amazing 20-page file, prosecutors interviewed about the second evidence indicating that, and quote here, damage to the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool in June 2026 was the result of flawed installation by the contractor. Quote, a rushed and botched installation by AIC primary contractor led to the damage of the lining of the reflector. Eric is a former deputy assistant attorney general from the Justice Department attorney. So we talk I gotta say, as you know, he came from a package that really man, like you're turning on this justice, and he says that and embarrassing is screwers of everything. You know, you said this is very high level, and I think it is exactly that. It's not simply that they stumbled in, but this was the most perfectly, say, Kafka-esque prosecution ever. This guy was just a made-to-order talking point. He had no connection with Trump at all, wasn't a political deal or anything, and he was served up for that reason and for what a connection on to his attorney. You're not allowed. She had already acted improperly by saying the things she said, even had they been true, was the things outside of the prejudicial. They now look to have been attacking themselves, and what the hell? The Department of Interior is now on this stuff? How do you possibly bring these charges without maybe calling the federal agency that has responsibility here and saying, do you have any evidence? This was a sort of leader, I really do think, of the whole Department under Trump is saying about that it was abjectly correct because this guy was just served up to further a Trump talking point that was a lie from the start. I mean, we're laughing at it. If they were going to try to put this guy in jail, in prison for 10 years, okay, but that was what they were going to remind us. And we went to the Department of Interior. One of the things that is so insane about this violation is they do this 180 and then Peter just goes so hard on the Interior that she got screwed and wanted to go back here. I'm like, theorize on the Interior about it, but most of the information houses and Peter and I work on the Interior. The government would not have solved the grand jury. But again, you don't get off the hook. You've got the charges. 100%. They said, and she said, we can prove these beyond a reasonable doubt. And she's correct. We have witnesses who saw her prove the op-ed, go down there and totally damage it. And there's more to it than proof. A total democracy. But worse than that, a total injustice. And I think they had to, now they were forced, because Herndon filed a motion that made it clear this $1,000 worth of damage, they just put it in order to make this a felony. But they had no evidence before the grand jury. How the hell did they get the grand jury, who grand jurors had asked about this, to vote these charges? That's an ugly thing they get to now avoid big time. Her statements and her improper conduct. So really, yes, so it gets kind of funny, but not so funny for David Hearn, as you point out, looking at 10 years in jail, and just so perfectly Kafka-esque, I gotta say. This is a guy who was just thrown into a nightmare out of the blue for no reason. 56-year-old guy, Olympian, no reason to think he's got the big money to be able to defend himself. This was abject, nasty, complete exploitation of an innocent man.
Yeah, and shout out to Mel Johnson. You see there, was on the program with his lawyer, and did some good lawyering here.
He did.
There was also, this is a little like, it's similar, I think, to the Comey case, where there really is, there really is something totalitarian about being told a lie from the leader that everyone knows is a lie. We all know it's a lie. We know that no one went in there with a box cutter and ripped it up. We know it was poorly installed, the whole thing. And then forcing everyone to go and repeat the lie to all of us, to the point of prosecution. Here is Doug Berger on the Sunday morning show. Watch him do this. Watch the totalitarian repetition of the lie in front of her. Take a listen.
And you're 100% sure that what happened with the liner was vandalism. You can prove it.
Well, you absolutely can, and as we drain it, and we've got all the photographs we can see. I mean, there's no possible way.
Photographs of a person or people cutting a 300 or 350 foot gash in the bottom of the reflecting pool.
Dana, I'm not sure why you and others in the media think that you want to keep trying to question.
Well, the reason that we want to keep asking, Doug, is because we think you're lying, which is now proven in a federal court filing in court, Harry.
Exactly, and look, it's one thing, Chris, that they lie to all the American people. They do this again and again. But I'm sorry, the most serious governmental power is the power to deprive somebody of liberty. And just to further this, to make it look a little better, here's a guy, here you go, and we've got the evidence, and you're in big trouble. It is really nauseating.
Harry, look, I'm gonna have you back next time because we didn't even get to this Gulf Run, which, by the way, is not dead. It will be alive next week. I'm fairly certain because I want to talk about that, Harry.
I think great to see you. Thanks, Chris.
I think great to see you.
Thanks, Chris.
I get to start the show tonight with a sentence I never thought I would really get to utter. The Trump administration just admitted that the president wasn't telling the truth. Earlier tonight, Trump's Justice Department dropped their criminal case against David Hurd, the former Olympian who they charged with vandalizing the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool here in Washington, D.C. Now, folks, you may remember how Trump made a big deal of claiming that the reflecting pool had been damaged by mysterious vandals who, he said, cut a 350-foot gash in the pool's new liner. U.S. attorney and former Fox News host Janine Pirro made an absolute spectacle of bringing criminal charges against a man who she said did nothing other than touch the pool, who he said did nothing other than touch the pool's lining that had already been torn.
There was an effort, a violent effort to rip up the ceiling from the bottom of the pool. He damaged the pool. He damaged this pool.
Well, he apparently did not damage the pool because nobody did. No one. The reason that the reflecting pool's new liner started coming apart at the seams is exactly what we all suspected. Donald Trump's hand-picked contractors did a really, really bad, lousy job. In their filing, dropping the case, the Justice Department admitted that documents provided by the Interior Department indicate, quote, the damage to the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool was the result of flawed installation by the contractor. It is a stunning admission of defeat from Donald Trump. Because remember, Trump spent months micromanaging this project, folks. He bragged about how his pool guy had come up with the idea for the pool's new liner, how he had personally chosen the color, and he went around the normal process for government projects and contracts and handed out a no-bid contract to a company that apparently just screwed the whole thing up.
With just 1 week until senators are set to leave Washington, D.C. for their annual August recess, the confirmation of Donald Trump's former personal lawyer as Attorney General remains on hold due to a crisis of his own making. Republican senators Tom Tillis of North Carolina and John Cornyn of Texas are blocking Todd Blanche's nomination from passing through the Judiciary Committee until they get in writing from Donald Trump that his $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund is officially dead. It's pretty clear that Donald Trump doesn't want to give up the settlement or the IRS immunity for him and his family that comes with it. This morning, Donald Trump fired off this lengthy social media post calling out Senator Cornyn for stalling Blanche's nomination. Seemingly in defense of his fellow Republican, Senator Tillis responded with his own post. Quote, the president made it clear today that the so-called anti-weaponization fund is still alive, which is exactly why we are attempting to formally end it. Senator Cornyn and I have been working with acting AG Todd Blanche to end the anti-weaponization fund, and he has been forthright, thoughtful, and patient. It's a shame his confirmation has hit a snag, only because an incompetent personal advisor to the president refuses to amend the bogus settlement. I will continue working in good faith to put an end to this legal, political albatross and prevent any potential misallocation of taxpayer dollars. Well, less than an hour later, Donald Trump said this.
This is being done by the Senate. I don't really did, to be honest. I endorsed this in part. in Texas.
Do you agree, just to be clear, do you agree with the acting attorney general that the anti-left position is dead? And why not just put that in?
Except it appears it's not dead. They're disappointed because still haven't said that that agreement has been made. So that was followed by news tonight that Donald Trump is appealing a federal regulatory filing. He filed a bad $10 million lawsuit in order to reach the very settlement that resulted in an anti-government fund. CNBC reports that Yogi's adult sons and the Trump organization, along with two of their attorneys, setting a joint filing Friday afternoon, that they are appealing Judge Capitol Hill's state order to U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit. Williams had moved July 13th with a lawsuit ostensibly stemming from the leak of Trump's tax returns by an ex-IRS employee years earlier, was in fact brought to provide crucial legitimacy for a settlement on a reliable basis of law and fact. After Friday's appeal notice was filed, spokesman for the legal team repeated a prior statement slamming Ireland's state and declaring President Trump continued to hold those who wrong America and Americans accountable. Also tonight, MS Now confirmed that the Justice Department dropped felony charges against former Olympian David Byrne after acknowledging that the damage to the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool was caused by a flawed installation rather than vandalism. The motion to dismiss was filed by BC attorney Denise Pirro after prosecutors agreed that the damage attributed to Byrne stemmed from defects in the installation of the reflecting pool's lighting. The filing said information obtained after the indictment showed the damage was caused by, quote, botched work performed by the project's contractor, not by criminal conduct. Remember, it was Donald Trump's chosen contractor who did this very work, and it was Trump himself who made this following claim.
They cut it up with a box knife and tried to destroy it. These people are sick. They ripped a scar 350 feet long through the side of the reflecting pool.
This is why blocking spam calls never stops. What do you mean? Is that just some random caller? No. When your phone lights up like that with unknown numbers, it's not the callers, it's the message behind it. Okay, so what do? Well, I ran my numbers through clicks, and within seconds, I found my data on 120 plus data represents. And then I severed it with just one click. The forms, the emails, and the spam just stops. Yeah, my phone is silent.
All right.
Text stopped, scammers lost
I think that's it for rocks right now. Got a lot of sawdust to pick up.
This is where it all begins. The home of every Super Nintendo, every Game Boy, every red cartridge, it hunted me. Hey, I'm up. This is where I live and breathe retro gaming. From the Super Nintendo's cartridge slots to old but familiar dot matrix screen on that original Game Boy. Every console was tested on real hardware. No emulators. Sonic's gotta run smooth, Mario's jumps gotta go tight. We know that we've learned the same things. We've had every order of doing for a lifelong friend. I probably use double layer bubble wrap plus a 1-year warranty on every product. It's not perfect, it's not going out the door. These aren't just games, they're memories. And we guard these memories like our own. When you buy from Retro V Games, you're not just a customer, you're a part of our community. Plus, check this out. At checkout, you can play now and pay later, Klarna or Klarna. So you don't have to wait and start that nostalgic journey. Grab your favorites today, pay your way. With every order we ship, we're sending out stories, joy, and a little bit of the magic we make at our warehouses. RetroGames.com. Classic gaming, trusted care, and memories delivered.
And Janine Pirro said they had beyond a reasonable doubt that Byrne had in fact ripped it up. Joining us now is Barbara McQuaid, former U.S. attorney and law professor at the University of Michigan Law School. She is also an MS Now legal analyst. She is the author of The Fix, Saving America from the Corruption of a Mob-Style Government. Barbara, first I want to start with the reflecting pool because I think it sets up everything else around this. Clearly false statements made by the president and Janine Pirro that his own people then aren't able to prove in the court of law. What damage does filing these types of prosecutions, from trying to make the Subway sandwich thrower a felony crime to the reflecting pool indictment, do to the credibility of the Department of Justice?
Boy, Vaughn, I really worry what it does because it means that members of the public can no longer trust the Justice Department to be bringing cases in good faith. The timing of this dismissal is so suspect. It came right after the defense filed a motion to disclose grand jury materials because of this very issue. A witness came into the grand jury room, according to the transcript, testified he didn't know anything about the value of the damage that had been done by Mr. Hearn. He leaves the room and 20 minutes later comes back and says, oh yeah, it was more than $1,000, which is what the statute requires. It was so implausible that the defense team filed a motion to find out everything that occurred before the grand jury. And then the very next day, we see this motion to dismiss. This confirms what most people have suspected all along, that there was no there. But it appears that this case had come to roost, that they were about to be discovered, that there really was no basis for this case. And so rather than be humiliated, Janine Pirro chose to voluntarily dismiss the case. But it really harms not just these prosecutions, but the other hundreds and thousands of cases that are brought every day that are legitimate cases of bank robbery or human trafficking. And jurors are now going to rightfully be suspicious when the Justice Department or the FBI tells them anything.
We're watching a correction, of course, Barbara, it seems like in real time after some of these claims are made. And I just think for everybody watching, this is the motion to dismiss. And the end of it says, quote, finally, a recent visual inspection showed damage throughout the reflecting pool, even in the middle of the pool, where a vandal would not likely have attempted to peel the lining. Given all of this newly discovered information, it is difficult to attribute the widespread damage to the reflecting pool to vandalism, let alone to establish that fact beyond a reasonable doubt. I read that because it is signed, respectfully submitted, Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney herself. But on that line of, right, sort of the court's correction being made from previous decisions by this Department of Justice, one of them is around the anti-weaponization fund. And while the president today claimed that it's dead, Senator Tillis is saying otherwise. My question for you, Barbara, is how can the Department of Justice actually roll back the fund and essentially reverse course on that $1.76 billion and make this formal that it is in fact not going anywhere?
Well, as we've heard, Vaughn, Todd Blanche has said in confirmation hearings now twice that it's dead, they're not moving forward on it. That statement alone, Judge Kathleen Williams says, demonstrates that this was not an arm's length negotiation, because if it were, one party to the case, like Todd Blanche, can't just unilaterally say the thing's dead. It requires both parties to say that. And we have Donald Trump saying just the opposite. And so I think it is very understandable that people want to see in writing the idea that this case is withdrawn, because otherwise it still stands. It's a written document. There is a settlement. Settlement agreements are contracts between the Justice Department and Donald Trump as an individual in this case. And so representations orally by Todd Blanche really aren't very meaningful. And so I think what you would need is to see both parties file some agreement that says they have withdrawn this agreement and that this deal is no longer going forward. But when President Trump himself continues to say that he thinks it is a valid weaponization fund, when he says they're going to appeal the decision by Judge Williams, finding that this was not an arm's length agreement and there was no adversity to the parties and it was just a sham on the court, I think that people are, Senator Tillis and Senator Cornyn, are well advised to demand this to be in writing. Otherwise, it's not valid.
What do you need today? Download Silverrun and start scripting.
I walked into the kitchen and sat down at the table. I looked with a grimace at the questionable meal Lois had placed in front of me. Of course, I'd never tell her how disgusted I was with her cooking, but somehow I continued.
Otherwise, it's not valid.
Elise Lavin and Jeff Mason are back with us. Y'all, from the very beginning, it was very clear that David Hearn had not done this. It made no sense whatsoever. And then there was no proof that there was a 350-foot cut in the reflecting pool. Also, how would he do this with no one on Earth seeing him? I will say, while it's very silly, at the end of the day, Jeff, it's also concerning the lengths that this administration was willing to go. Blaming not even because people are like, oh, an Olympian, no, blaming an American citizen for something they did not do, charging them with a crime, saying they should go to jail, trying to put them in jail, all based on Trump's vibes and his feelings, and trying to make sure that he did not, the person who did this doesn't get in trouble for botching it.
So I was excited to talk about this story because you all know me well enough to know I like facts.
Yes.
Right? The facts in this are so clear.
Yeah.
And it was the Department of Justice that now has had to concede those facts and embarrassingly withdraw this suit. It's just, I think it's more than an embarrassment in a way for the administration. It is emblematic.
Yeah.
Because there are so many instances where someone, including the president or his people, will say, hey, look here, or let's blame this, or let's say this is what it is, when the facts absolutely do not support that. And that is exactly what happened here. I think the broader political question is, does that lead to anyone within his base or within his, be it lawmakers or be it just regular voters to say, wait, I can't always believe everything that he says. And I think, again, if passes prologue, that probably will not be the case. But it is exhibit A of what happens on both a sort of smaller level like this to also a bigger policy.
They went on such a limb, though. I mean, Janine Pirro, the Attorney General for D.C. or the district, was like, in that press conference, he did it. There's evidence. Yeah. I'll show you. And I mean, if she had to run for anything again, would be.
We actually have that. We actually have that sound at least. Let's play Janine Pirro saying what Elise just said, but in her own words.
The evidence shows, and we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that Hearn willfully destroyed property at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. We can state and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he caused damage, and that damage is over $1,000.
I'm sorry, that was a little too exuberant on my part, this laughter. I don't think it was. I think it was right on the mark. I'll guffaw next time. But Elise, pick up on what Jeff was talking about, because as you were talking about, this is an embarrassment for the administration. It's also an embarrassment for the Justice Department. And a friend of the show, Ankush Kadori, had an opinion piece in the New York Times yesterday talking about Todd Blanche's nomination. But also the bigger issue here is all of the things that the DOJ has done, the cases they have brought, that they have had to withdraw. Case in point, the subpoenas for the New York Times reporters, and how all of these... Comey, he goes through a whole list. And in listening to Jeff and remembering Ankush's piece, the deterioration of the legitimacy of the Department of Justice. That, to me, is what this story is, even though I've been giggling throughout it because it was so absurd from the beginning. We've been laughing about it. But it's just one more piece of evidence that this Justice Department is no longer separate from the executive, that it is clearly the law
What do you mean by no longer? I mean, even under Pam Bondi, I mean, this was clearly a Justice Department that was...
previous administration.
I think that this has been a Justice Department that is not independent of the White House. And I mean, look, it's not just the Justice Department. We see what's happening in Congress with the Blanche issue. The White House feels that any independent agency, any branch of government should be subservient to the president and to do what they want. And I think, look, and on the Justice Department, they're just throwing all these things like spaghetti against the wall, see what sticks. If it doesn't stick, they just move on. And I think the American people, there's this general perception, but they're not harping on everyone. I mean, the media harps on everyone, but it's just this general perception of fatigue. And I think now even the Republican Party is saying, enough.
You're right to single out DOJ in particular. I think as President Trump during the first term was frustrated with his attorney struggling that, saying, "Where's my room to account?" Right? Yeah. Well, he found them in the two now an acting attorney general, also Pam Bondi, from the second term. He absolutely, as he was saying, does see the DOJ as an extension of the White House, and that is like the question is absolutely.
I don't know how I missed these rocks before, but I did. Getting old and too much masturbation. I can't keep up with it.
I think That was for the story
See?
of Forrest, right? It's another example of the administration, in this case of the president, is saying, oh, we're not going to fly Air Force One, we're not going to I'm not going to fly on it because we're going to let the Air Force expectation of the whole time it was actually related to a security issue. And that reporting, going back to facts, it was reporting that showed that, and now they've had to essentially reject it,
Because you mentioned the facts, I do think that this 19-page motion to dismiss is worth reading because, like so many things that this administration engages in, it often ends up, the end result being extremely counterproductive to what they ultimately, what the initial goal was. And this motion to dismiss very clearly outlines sentence by sentence what a disaster this no-bid contract was. On page 18, the rush to complete the project led to hasty and botched work that was not remediated before the project was finished and the fencing removed. Each sentence throws the Trump's own DOJ throwing his Department of Interior under the bus and showing what a horrible job this ultimately resulted in. And I think it is reflective, and I think, we obviously have talked a lot about his vanity projects, but it's reflective of some broader themes of this administration, because these patterns are also what happens when we are discussing the broader policy objectives of their institution.
My question is, does President kind of take this and say, oh, this was bad, or do these officials just do whatever he wants to make him happy, and they don't care how their department looks if it doesn't work out?
That's what it seems like it is.
We have to have you back to that. But I do think at the end of the day, that first headline that Janine Pirro saying this man is guilty, we will find the evidence. That is really all that matters to the president. But Elise Lavin and Jeff Mason are sticking with us.
The first time in his life, Ren was going to talk to the most powerful girl in school. What could possibly go wrong?
Can you help me hatch my
I
egg?
get it all.
Cass whipped around and transformed her arm into an eagle's wing. She blasted Ren backwards with a gust of wind and he slammed into a
Is there another one back there that I forgot? I overlooked. Let's go check.
I just need help hatching it before the induction ceremony tomorrow. Please. I've tried everything and I don't know how to do it.
Cass scoffed.
You haven't cracked that thing yet? Every kid in town hatched theirs weeks ago.
Around them,
Yeah, looks like I got it all.
their tamers, spirit wolves, fire lizards. A boy across the room stroked the mane of a golden lion, and Ren had a pathetic egg that wouldn't even open.
If you can't hatch an egg on your own, you're a poor loser who doesn't deserve a beast.
Before Ren could respond, a hand snatched the egg right out of his grip.
Hey, what are you doing?
Ren scrambled to his feet and came face to face with Jin. Of course it was Jin.
Why are you harassing Cass, freak?
I just need help hatching my egg.
Jin smirked.
It's really all that matters to the president. But Elise Lavin and Jeff Mason are sticking with us.
So let's start with MSL White House reporter Akayla Gardner. Akayla, welcome to you on this Saturday. How is the president reacting to the Senate putting contingencies on Todd Blanche's nomination?
Alex, President Trump says he is willing to play the long game. He's willing to keep Todd Blanche in his acting capacity at the Justice Department until John Cornyn and Tom Tillis retire next year. Now, those two men are important because they sit on the Senate Judiciary Committee. They're right now holding up his nomination in that committee. But that just comes after President Trump says that he wants that anti-weaponization bill to be codified into law. Now, this is what he said just yesterday.
Do you agree with the acting attorney general that the anti-weaponization fund is dead, and why not just put that in writing?
But, I wish it weren't, to be honest with you. I think people were horribly treated, horribly abused. This has nothing to do with that. This was being horribly abused, and I'd like to see them compensated for the pain.
Now, for Senator Tom Tillis and John Cornyn, this just proves the point that they had a reason to be concerned about this fund, and they had asked Todd Blanche to put in writing that this fund would be killed, and he refused to do that. Tillis says today that the president could talk about this bill, but there's simply not a majority of Republicans in order to pass it. Donald Trump would also need Democrats to pass this bill, and notably, both men say that they would support Todd Blanche. They're just looking for those certain contingencies.
Another question on what just happened moments ago, Kayla, because the president lashed out at the Justice Department for dropping that reflecting pool vandalism case. It was against a former Olympian. What can you tell us?
Alex, I know this is shocking for everyone, but the DC Attorney General said that damage caused to the reflecting pool was caused by a botched job by that no-bid contractors. And she says it was not attributed to vandalism, even though President Trump made that claim continuously. And this comes after Janine Pirro had said that there was tremendous evidence to charge that former Olympian, David Hurd, in this case. And she says that the Interior Department actually misled her office, saying that they had evidence that he was responsible for that. And President Trump is taking aim at her. This is his hand-picked DC Attorney General, and he says, I don't know what she was thinking. He does acknowledge that there was some difficulty by the contractors, but he says major damage continues. He continues to say that major damage was caused by vandals.
Damn it. Gotta get rid of this sneeze. I'll be right back. And you know what? Need some more coffee too.
Other AI, filters, limits, ghosting, no freedom. Guess those limits just got kicked out. With Cycle AI, you get no filters, always reply, nobody peeps, and more fun. Make the switch. Cycle AI wins. At Cycle AI, no filters, no judgment. Only your commands. How do you want to play? Step inside. Let's get interesting.
In the first week of Trump's war with Iran, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth responded to concerns about the war expanding. Listen to what he said.
That does allow me to kind of address this idea that the war might be expanding, or there's chaos, and nothing could be further from the truth. This idea that it's expanding or going, no, it's actually simplifying in a number of ways.
We are now on day 153 of this simplification, and it is expanding quite a bit. Yesterday, Egypt was hit directly for the first time in the war. The day before that, on Wednesday, the U.S. and Saudi Arabia joined forces to attack Iranian-linked militias in Iraq. On Tuesday, Reuters reported that Iran is set to give shoulder-launched missile systems in the coming weeks from China. This past weekend, Ukraine struck an Iranian cargo ship in the Caspian Sea. Last week, Houthi rebels in Yemen threatened to close yet another vital strait in the region, so that even less oil would be able to reach the rest of the world. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I would say that the war seems to be expanding quite a bit. And then yesterday, we learned about what may be the first instance of Iran reaching the United States. For years now, experts have warned that while Iran's missiles can't reach us, their hackers can. Well, just yesterday, the New York Times reported that state and federal investigators believe Iran struck Minnesota water systems with a cyber attack. But today, Trump went out of his way to shift the blame.
Today, I just want to mention that we heard in Minnesota there was a cyber attack. Did they blame it on Iran? I don't think so. I blame it on Minnesota. I would blame it on Minnesota and the governor, the corrupt governor of Minnesota. They like to say, oh, it was Iran. Iran should be so lucky.
Can you rule out that Iran is behind that cyber attack?
I don't know. No, I think Minnesota is behind it. You know who's behind it? Minnesota, because they're grossly incompetent. I think the governor's behind it. I don't think there was an Iranian cyber attack. I think that Minnesota ought to get its act together.
Well, I should mention that Trump's FBI announced that hackers actually targeted water systems in 7 states across the country, not just Minnesota. And as for Trump blaming Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, well, said, quote, Trump knows exactly who is responsible for this attack and knows that other states were hit too. This is what modern warfare looks like, and it further illustrates there is no plan to win a war with Iran. Joining me now is Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, a retired U.S. Marine and a member of the House Armed Services Committee. He's also a candidate in the Democratic primary for
Thanks for coming back
in Massachusetts. Welcome, sir. It's good to see you. Do you agree that an Iranian cyber attack on us, on our infrastructure in 7 of our states, is an escalation of the war?
It is an escalation of the war. I mean, that's pretty obvious as you've laid out. And just think for a minute. I mean, imagine if President Roosevelt had blamed Pearl Harbor on Hawaii. That's what Trump is doing. And it begs the question, would a president who's so against Iran that he started a war with Iran that we didn't need, why would he now turn around and protect Iran? It's got to be that he's scared of these guys, that they're winning a war against him, and he's so scared, he's so desperate to get to the negotiating table to end this war, that he would actually blame America for an Iranian cyber attack. I mean, if that's not treasonous behavior from the president, I don't know what is.
Yeah, to be honest, and listening to the president in that moment in the clip, especially that we played, just to sort of pull that out like that, I think Minnesota is, okay, why would they do that? And did they do it to the 6 other states that were also hit? I mean, there's never anything logical that comes after the words, so you're just kind of stuck. You have been warning that the U.S. needs to focus more on cybersecurity. You've been doing that for years. How predictable is it that Iran has this capability and that this is something that does escalate us and takes us to another level?
I mean, it's incredibly predictable. We've been predicting this for years, and we've been saying that the government needs to be prepared for this. Obviously, Trump is not. He started a war that he didn't need to start, and he's so clueless. I mean, look, we're dealing with an 80-year-old senile man who's completely out of control of this war, completely out of control of himself.
It's the John Deere bucket.
That he even really understands what's going on. It's not apparent that he even understands what Iran can do and the fact that they can reach us with cyber attacks. As you astutely pointed out earlier, they can't actually reach us with their ballistic missiles. That was one of the false things Trump said to justify starting this incredibly dumb war. They can reach us through the internet. There are things they can do to hurt us. So the fact that Trump would start a war that's completely backfired without providing the protections against the things that Iran can actually do to hurt us. I mean, the other thing, by the way, that Iran can do to hurt us is try to assassinate officials. And what has Trump done? Repeatedly removed protection from officials or former officials that we know are being targeted by Iran. I mean, this guy's playing for the enemy. He is playing for Iran. And he's giving Iran a win every step of the way.
And so that makes it even more important.
It's paid off by Iran.
Yeah, we learned yesterday about a dozen of your colleagues, other Democratic lawmakers, have announced that you're opening an investigation into our military's internal review of Iranian drone strikes that killed 6 U.S. service members earlier this year. Can you help us understand what you're investigating there, what you're seeking to find?
Well, in many ways, it's the same theme. It's the president started this war on his own timeline. It was a war that he was not forced to do. He decided to start this war with Netanyahu, and that meant that he could choose the time and place that it went down. But he clearly was not prepared, because we're getting increased reports from the troops themselves that they knew they were under threat, and they did not adequately prepare for those attacks. And as a result, a number of troops were killed, a lot more were wounded. And now there are reports coming
Turn
out
this
that
thing.
weren't even getting adequate medical care. So, of course, sitting on the House Armed Services Committee, sitting on the Senate Armed Services Committee, as Elizabeth Warren does in the Senate, we're going to investigate this. But here's the key point, is that regardless of what the investigation reveals, and I think it will reveal gross negligence on the part of the administration, but regardless of what it reveals, the simple fact that the troops are reporting this means that the troops do not trust their commander-in-chief. Yes. The troops do not trust their command. And having led troops in combat myself, there were two things that they always wanted to know. One was, why are we risking our lives for this? Well, nobody in America can answer that question, let alone the administration. And the second was, if we get hurt, will you take care of us? Will you get us out of here? Well, they clearly don't trust Trump to do so.
Those words, folks. Congressman, thank you so much. Really appreciate you, man.
Come on, damn it.
Yep, just today. Cupid's Hypnosis is running the biggest sale ever. The new Hypnosis 3.0 just dropped. If you tap the get 73% off button, things get even crazier at checkout. You can get one bottle completely free if you grab two. That's 3 bottles of Hypnosis at the lowest price ever. Plus, free shipping order within the next 2 hours. All backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. Don't know, what are you waiting for?
Trump ending the week with a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Some say he hasn't made America great again. Maybe he's made Iran great again with their leverage over the strait. Now he's making oil companies great again. Big Oil, we can report tonight, now formally raking in the expected record profits, all because of the Iran war. Exxon,
come on,
making $14 billion during the second quarter. That is double the same period last year. Chevron, $12 billion. That is up over 300%. Now, we've said around here before, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows, and you don't need to be some kind of oil economist to understand why they're making that money. They're making it off you and anyone else who seems to have to buy oil today, or of course, do anything that involves a supply chain. So whether you drive a car, or you get in an Uber, or you have something shipped, all of this money's up. We're all paying for it. The oil companies are making money. We are paying more for gas. I should note, he insists on trading so much as shares in Exxon and Chevron. Critics argue there is a wider ring of corruption. Rupert Murdoch's Wall Street Journal, with an expose today, reporting on what many see as Donald Trump's sort of shakedown of American business, what you see in a kleptocracy or sometimes in socialist countries where the government has too much control of the markets. The Journal reports that Trump is fixated on taking money from America's top companies, not through democracy where you might tax them in a normal way or have Congress and the American public involved, but rather he just wants to pull up about $800 million by shaking them down. And then that money goes not, again, to the general welfare. If you tax companies that supported, say, Americans' health care, well, that would be democracy. But instead, it's all personal with him, routing it to the pet projects or the reflecting pool, the ballroom. Companies have traded notes about what one Wall Street analyst calls the Trump transaction tax. The Journal reports in this expose, which are payments outside of the cost of normally doing business. Another way of saying it is simply that we're replacing the free market with the market for Trump's affections. Remember, there are all kinds of debates in American politics. Larger government or smaller, more government intervention or less, more liberal or more conservative. That's not what we're living through, particularly in the unbridled second term of the Trump era, which might be one reason why he's so unpopular and so many independents and conservatives have turned against him, because it's not just betraying conservative principles, it's a type of self-dealing and corruption that most people don't recognize as ever occupying the White House. No other president has been so brazen as to take this much money out of U.S. companies and foreign governments for their own personal benefit. And then we have the petty projects that, again, as people pay higher gas prices, just sort of undercut his credibility. $5 million to wrap Washington statues in gold leaf, while Americans pay these higher gas prices and higher inflationary prices. And then we get this kind of advice from Trump officials.
Most of the cheap cuts of meat are very expensive. If you buy a porterhouse steak or a steak, it is gonna set you back. You can buy liver or the cheaper cuts of steak that are very, very affordable.
We once had let them eat cake. Now we have let them eat liver. Come on. Now, you can say, well, that's RFK Jr. and he does what he does, but there is a wider problem for Trump and a Republican Party running against these headwinds. One Republican on the Senate floor saying Social Security is a scam. Not exactly the message you want in the midterm race in Florida, I can tell you that. Trump officials have changed rules that raise drug prices on seniors. The uninsured crisis rolls on. We were covering that.
Social Security is a scam. Give me my money back, plus interest. Because I've been putting money into that account ever since I started working at the age of 16. So if it's a scam, I want my fucking money back. All of it. Plus interest.
Price of gas up.
Plus a bonus.
People who seem to be looking around and saying,
Fucking lying pieces of shit.
This are people in Trump's family and inner circle who are corruptly benefiting, and apparently those oil executives who make a lot of money off you paying higher gas prices. Not every story is this simple, but this one is. If you ain't an oil executive or a Trump family member, I'm not sure that you would look at the last few months as anything you want more of, and that's why Republicans are so panicked about these midterms. I want to bring in, as promised, legendary Democratic strategist James Carville. James, your view on this framework going into what are now midterms in 95 days?
I like your introduction. This is 31 July, last day of July. Let's take the plane another 10,000 feet. This is the truth. We've lost the war. We lost the war for the third week. Get over it. Right now, our debt to GDP ratio, I think, is higher than it was in 1946, after we actually won a war. Right? And then today in the Wall Street Journal, which you alluded to very justifiably and very perceptively, a woman by the name of O'Rourke, Meredith O'Rourke, is the president's fundraiser, and she says, she calls donors that have met the president and says, the president wants this money now. Pay up. And it goes between $5 and $50 million. That's the staggering level of debt, defeat, and corruption that the United States of America at the end of July in 2026 is facing. And I've got to tell you, I am not impressed by the response of a lot of people in the Democratic Party. We're having a race in Michigan. On this year, we're talking about Palestinian self-determination. We're having a race in Wisconsin. We're talking about whether we should tax Harley Davidson 17%. We're not meeting the moment. The Democratic Party, this country is in grave peril. And in my opinion, the Democratic Party is not meeting the moment. Now, people will say, well, you got to have a presidential candidate.
I agree with you.
My hope and my prayers, any Democrat out there thinking, run for president, get something off, but for God's sakes, run. Run, offer something, because we're not getting, we've got nothing but problems. We're getting stupid talking points about a war that's gone on for 5,000 years. And not likely to get solved between now and election day. But right now, I think your opening was good. I think the state of the country is even more perilous than you even let out to be.
All right, well, you've given us, James, two roads. The road to the Democratic Party intramural debate, of which you were always a proud, unafraid warrior, and the economy. I'm going to start with the economy and then come back to the other one. But the Wall Street Journal calls it a tepid Trump economy. Seth Meyers, where you look at whether Trump's become a punchline, saying this.
He said he would make America affordable. He would do it on day one. At a rally this week, he reflected on that promise. Let's hear how things are going.
You know, they have this term,
So here I am. I'm one day in office, and the fake news goes, affordability. Affordability. I said, what's affordability? What's that all about?
What do you mean, what's affordability? You're the one who said it. You said we were going to make America affordable again. Affordability is the noun form of the adjective affordable. You dropout.
4-in-1 that changed our sex life. His confidence hits different, motivated hard plus try. It's a fast dissolving chew, works in 15 minutes, and stays ready for up to 36 hours. And the best part? It doesn't just boost blood flow. It works in the brain too, using PT141 and oxytocin to enhance arousal and desire. When he's turned on like that, I cannot keep my
This sawdust
He
here.
gets prescribed
Game says wood
100%
chips,
online
but it's
and
really
ships
sawdust.
directly to our door. Check out Motivated today.
Feeling lonely and missing real connection? Here, you can be yourself and meet new people. Not sure how to start a conversation? It's easy to connect here. Don't miss your chance to find someone. Try Naomi Date.
All right.
James.
So, if I were putting my Democratic talking points in order, I would say, sir, you said during the campaign you would get prices down from day one.
Nothing's in there,
day
right?
one is
Yeah.
not
All
made
right.
up myth by Democrats. He actually said that. Right? I don't think Trump matters that much anymore. I think he's a washed up, fat old man. I think he's going to, in spite of everything the Democrats are doing, he's going to have a massive loss in November. And I've said this repeatedly, I think he's going to walk away. I don't think he's capable of leading this country. I don't think he has the energy. I don't think he has the
What does
intellect.
walk away mean? Are you trolling? Now you're trolling. You think he's going to quit?
Yes. Walk away, Renee. You too young to remember that.
No, he knows he's on his way to prison.
Named Renee. I love the song.
And
Walk away,
there's no way he wants
is
that.
going to walk away. He is not
I don't buy that
skilled
one
enough.
bit.
He is not tough enough.
He's going to fight like hell to try to stay in power and break every law there is to stay in power.
We need to be less obsessed with Trump and more obsessed with how do we get out of this horrific mess we're in. And we're not going to get out by solving the Israeli-Palestinian Mideast. That's not going to happen. We're not going to get out.
Let's go there. You said, yeah, the Iran war is 6 months, which is a lot longer than Trump said. So Mideast conflict over religion, geography, there are fights between different sects of Islam, there's fights between different sects of the Jewish religion, there's what's going on in Israel, there's Netanyahu. You're saying that you think the Democratic Party what? I mean, it can advocate for human rights. You're saying it's getting too sidelined on that when there's bigger proverbial fish to fry.
Right now, the United States needs to reestablish the fact that it is a prosperous, powerful nation, of which it is neither right now. And if we want to play a role in the Middle East and help people, we can't do this by being the feeble, flaccid country that we are today. And until we come to grips with that, no one's going to pay any attention to us. They don't pay attention to us right now. They don't care. The Iranians, who by any stretch of imagination is maybe a second and a half, third-rate power. The United States is a first-rate power on steroids. Israel is, almost a first-rate power. They're beating the tar out of us. We don't even let us surrender. And until we come, and my point is, until we come to a fundamental understanding of what our position is, we can't solve it. And I can't come over here and be a go team go, USA, we got it, we're the greatest, we're 250 years. I just hate to say this, Ari, but we're in a ditch right now. And we got to recognize that, and we got to pull out. I really mean that. I'll get in trouble, but I don't care.
Thank you so much for getting us all together, and thank you for being such a pro-business, pro-innovation president.
Well, thanks for hosting us. This is quite a group to get together.
It's incredible to be among everyone here, particularly you and the First Lady.
America's oligarchs. Hi again, everybody. It's now 5 o'clock in the East. If you're around Donald Trump, you know by now that flattery will get you just about everywhere you want to go. Administration officials know it as well, so do lawmakers, and even CEOs now know it. When it comes to those CEOs and their businesses, Trump uses his leverage as leader of our country for something a lot more than just flattery. Breaking in money. Brand new blockbuster reporting in the Wall Street Journal reveals the scope of that shakedown and the epic proportions it's taking. An inside look into the massive level of fundraising Trump has been doing and all the private companies giving and giving and giving at Trump's request. The Journal's report begins by mentioning Meredith O'Rourke. She's Trump's fundraiser, who he refers to as the, quote, Princess of Darkness, because she is a, quote, killer for donors. He calls her nearly every night. From that story, quote, Trump asks O'Rourke which companies and donors have cut checks and which have not, and for how much. He often asks her to make much larger financial requests than she was planning. For some donors, the ask is $5 million. For others, it is $50 million. And the president gives her names to call, often including people who have recently met with him, according to people with knowledge of the calls. What O'Rourke says on those phone calls with companies sounds like something straight out of the mafia. According to the Wall Street Journal reporting, she says, quote, this is very important to the president. He has asked me to call you and ask you for this donation. She persistently follows up with the companies. In some calls, she has referred to Trump as the boss, saying, quote, the boss wants this money, end quote. And apparently, the boss is getting the money. The Journal provides some staggering numbers, quote, SoftBank donated $15 million for Donald Trump's presidential library. Apple cut a check for around $25 million for his White House ballroom. Microsoft gave around $10 million, and Amazon chipped in around $5 million, according to people familiar with the contributions. Meta Platforms recently gave $10 million to a Trump-aligned political committee, people familiar said, on top of a multi-million-dollar donation to the ballroom and a prior $22 million payment to the planned presidential library. It is an unprecedented amount of money that Trump is demanding and raising. The Journal estimates it at more than $800 million since Trump returned to office. And while an outside spokesperson for Trump and O'Rourke say that Trump can't be bought, what he's doing is reaching unheard of new levels. Quote, Trump stands out for taking personal control of fundraising, and no sitting American president has ever raised these amounts for pet projects. At the same time, companies have paid new attention to the White House as Trump has gotten involved in regulatory decisions that once were made by independent agencies, dramatically shifting the balance of power across Washington. The boss, wanting and getting his money, is where we begin the hour with some of our favorite experts in crime. Chief political correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, Josh Dawsey, is here. Also joining us, Norm Eisen. He served as White House Special Counsel for Ethics under President Obama. He's now co-founder of Democracy Defenders Action and publisher of The Contrarian. And with our host of Politics Nation and president of the National Action Network, the Reverend Al Sharpton's here. Josh Dawsey, your byline is on this stunning reporting. I wonder if you could take us through it.
Yeah, so we were trying for a while to understand the size and the scope of the president's fundraising operation. We were getting tips across the newsroom about different companies that had been asked for money, large sums of money, that they were surprised to get such audacious asks for. We really wanted to understand what they were using the money for, how much they were raising it, and maybe most importantly, how they were raising it, right? How the actual apparatus worked. And I found myself as a president deeply involved in the leadership request, often asking companies like Chevron for $50 million, other companies for $25 million, giving lobbyists direct ask for their clients give, and tracking this with his fundraiser, Meredith O'Rourke, who he refers to jokingly as the Princess of Darkness because she's such a killer of donors. And what they've done is put together an operation
hate
we've never seen before in Washington.
Come on,
Presidents
let go
raise
of it.
money for midterms and for political committees, but the president has put together a number of committees across the government for his ballroom, for other construction projects, his political committees, and he's actively raising money for all of them. And corporate America is giving in large amounts to a sitting president.
Let me in there.
Interesting things we found was after the election, Leonard O'Rourke, his fundraiser, who we read about since
Well, let me get in the cab now.
to slow down operations for a bit. He had just won. He was a second-term, president. He wouldn't be running again on the ballot. And the president said, "No, we need to start raising money tomorrow. We should strike while the iron is hot." And so that's what we've seen happening for the last 18 months.
I mean, George, you detail, I guess to borrow a term from the first term, quid pro quo. I just want to read some of the reporting. At a meeting with tobacco execs in May at Trump's golf course in Florida, the president promised to do much of what the executives wanted on policy related to vaping and the FDA. He took in millions of dollars in contributions for his political committees. O'Rourke sat in on the meeting. Shortly after the meeting, the FDA lifted restrictions on flavored vaping products, and the FDA's chief was gone.
I'm just so velvet lip, slow burn on my skin. Your touch makes me like the dark. Johnny!
What the hell are you doing here, Billy?
Oh, look, it's a Wawa smoothie. Oh, look, milkshake. You can get it with whipped cream, chocolate chips, cookies, or bananas, or caramel drizzle. What do you want?
All of it.
Freshly made hoagies, smoothies, and so much more. When you got a sip, you got a Wawa.
Yeah, that was a big meeting in Florida. The lobbyists and different executives from multiple tobacco companies ran into Altria, went down, met with the president at his Jupiter Club. They served burgers. The president said, "What can I do for you guys?" And they told him that they didn't like a lot of vaping regulations. They wanted things changed at the FDA. The president during the meeting called Robert F.
Come on.
He called the FDA chief at the time, Marty McCary. Mr. McCary didn't answer. He called other aides, and he eventually ordered in the meeting for changes to be made on vaping policy, for some other regulations to be loosened. And within about 10 days, the head of FDA, Mr. McCary, had been ousted from his job.
Norm Eisen, is that legal?
Nicole, the question of whether laws have been broken, civil or criminal, will occupy us as a nation for years to come. It's definitely corruption, abusing entrusted power for Donald Trump's pet projects. These are companies that have, like those vaping companies or Amazon or Apple or Microsoft, they have the huge interests before the federal government, and to be shaking them down for money in this way is so outrageous. Now, somewhere within those companies, there may very well be documents establishing that there was a quid pro quo or not. That is going to be the subject. Should Congress change hands, which seems likely, at least in the House, maybe the Senate, that will be the subject. Corruption investigations for years to come when we've gone to court as democracy defenders, whether it's the slush fund, where Trump just appealed today. He does not want to be denied his $1.8 billion slush fund, Nicole. The Kennedy Center, where we won a judgment to chisel his name off the front of that building. When we've gone to court, courts have found that these kinds of activities are illegal, and what Josh has reported on with his colleagues smells even worse. Now we need to get under the hood. Were corrupt deals made or not? That is the question.
Josh, let me read a little bit more in the reporting. You write this. If a company encounters an issue with the federal government that comes to Trump's attention, he will want to know how much money that company gave. According to a person familiar with the matter, at times he'll rib the corporate leaders who haven't met the goals he set, the person said. Several CEOs and board members said they believe there's a link between their contributions and their access to the president. One chairman of a publicly traded company said that if you give the money, you know you are either checked on a list or crossed off a list if you don't. Do the companies worry about being accused of paying bribes?
Well, we've heard some trepidation inside some of these companies on what will happen if the Democrats come over and take over the House. Will the companies get subpoenaed? Will their executives be called to testify in front of Capitol Hill? Will they be asked to provide documents? Will they be asked to cooperate in investigations that they would prefer that do not exist? And so you hear a lot more about that in these days. But for a lot of these companies to go, they really want to be in the room with this president because he's made clear he is the ultimate decision maker. He's going to weigh in on regulatory issues. He's going to weigh in on specific issues. He's going to make all sorts of decisions. He's willing to go after, as we've seen, law firms, after universities, after others, and he wields an extraordinary amount of power for an executive. And I think a lot of these companies believe
Where'd that piece go?
contributing a few $1 million.
I saw that fly.
Getting in.
I saw that piece of wood fly.
The White House. Sort of is worth the price of admission at this point. Now, does that change, right? If Democrats take over the House, if these investigations are launched, do people decide there's a different bet to be made? It's a good question. I don't know the answer to it, but you do sort of hear increasing trepidation among folks who work at a lot of these publicly traded companies.
Reflecting pool is the scummy, dirty reflecting pool is a reflection of a dirty, corrupted administration. It's very poetic. If it wasn't for the fact that this is the sad thing taxpayers should see is you should be sitting there saying, wait a minute, the Department of Justice, the highest law enforcement organization in the country, has spent millions of dollars trying to prosecute one of our American Olympians when they're not using those resources to protect my family, to do drug cartels, to deal with international sex trafficking and more. So there's something poetic about it, but there's something pathetic about it too.
So the thing that is stuck in my mind, has been from the very beginning, was that think about what they were willing to do to an everyday American citizen.
An Olympian.
Just to placate Donald Trump, just to try to make something true that he was out spouting, that someone went out there with a razor blade and cut up a 350-foot thing with none of us saw. They were willing to take someone and put them in prison for that. I think that's something that people have to think about.
It really concerns me. I'm very concerned about this. I think people watch this show. This girl's concerned about this sometimes. But I'm concerned about this because, Senator, we often talk about, you talk about the president via what I would call the commercialization of the presidency. But what this administration, this Department of Justice, has also tried to do is to criminalize everyday life and everyday politics. They're trying to criminalize journalism. If you ask a question they don't like, or you write a story they don't like, you're the enemy of the people. We're going to sue you. If you're down at the reflecting pool criticizing the president, all of a sudden criticism is now criminal, apparently, in Donald Trump's America. I am concerned about the lengths that Eugene just laid out. This administration has been willing to go in order not just to placate the president, but to keep up their version of events. If they will do this on this, what other things? How far are they willing to go on things like the election?
You hit it on its nose. If this dear leader who's acting like Kim Jong-il, where everybody sits around telling him how great they are, anything he says is fact, like 3,500 foot slip that somebody did there. When you have a Justice Department that works for the president and not the people, that chooses Trump over truth, chooses corruption over the Constitution, we are all in bad shape. Because then when it becomes the serious things we want that Justice Department to be doing, protecting our elections, stopping cyber criminals, and all those important things, they are actually answering to a president who has all kinds of schemes, like the election wasn't fairly decided, all kinds of schemes, like the biggest threats to America right now are still Hillary Clinton, are still Joe Biden, not going to still persecute those folks in the past, or Comey. We are in a dangerous situation, and what makes this possible it's not that we have a dear leader, one of the authoritarian. It's all the people that are enabling him, from Congress to the people in the Capitol.
Well, I still think they're all cray-cray. I think at the end of the day, that's how bad it is. Because anyone who gives themselves over, particularly when we think about the lawyers who work at the Justice Department, the men and women who were there long before Donald Trump's this person showed up.
He only had this nice kind of gravitas when you're at the table.
You're here. And I got Colin here. The reality of it is, if you are willing to give yourself over, if you're willing to risk your career because of what this man wants you to lie about in front of a federal judge and bring these cases against individuals who were doing their work as a public servant. We've seen them come after members of your body. We've seen them come after state officials. We've seen them come after members, exactly. It's just everyday folks. Here's where I have the problem. And this is why I'm still on the fence about whether or not Republicans, like as the movie title says, do the right thing. I don't think they're going to do it. You've got Tom Tillis, who put out a statement on Blanche's nomination today via X. Let's take a look, people. This is what he said. It's a shame his confirmation has hit a snag only because an incompetent personal advisor to the president refuses to amend the bogus settlement. Okay, folks, can I unpack that for everybody real quick? Real quick. The only person advising Donald Trump is an incompetent personal advisor to the president who happens to be Donald Trump. Yeah, because he's the only person he listens to.
Yeah, like who's he? I mean, unless do the senators know that is there another person advising the president we don't know about?
Senator, tell us, please name this individual, because we'd like to know who this person is who is advising the president.
That's the edge of the map.
The president's doing.
Bing, 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 bing.
Except for the president. So I mean, this is the part that makes it so hard to believe how this thing advances beyond where it is. In that, this thing goes away and everybody stops it and the president doesn't get his way. He's going to get his way here because you have to stop peddling like this. It's a shame his confirmation is hit a snag. Well, it's hit a snag because you're holding it up.
For a good reason, I would.
For a good reason.
Well, let's zone in on the standoff. The standoff speakers, Tillis and Cornyn, and they're saying there are other senators, there might be other monitors on the floor, are saying, wait a minute, this president should not have immunity on his taxes. Just road of immunity. No other American has that. Why is the president, through this settlement, get a slush fund, but even more priceless to him is immunity on all potential tax cheating on the billions he's making in office. So the president could simply say, you're right, put it in writing. But he is refusing to do that. This game could have been done what Tillis and Cornyn are asking for last week, but the president does not want to give up the grit and the graft.
For you.
Okay.
And you can react to this. I think it seems a little fishy to me. This is from our Lisa Rubin. In a filing tonight to the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, the Trump Justice Department insists that Trump's slush fund is dead, and they do so mostly by citing Todd Blanche's testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee earlier this month. Please don't.
You were there, sir.
I'm going to read a quote.
Zoom in on it.
Subsequent events underscore even further that the fund will not move forward and reaffirm this court's mootness analysis at the preliminary release stage. On July 15, 2026, Acting Attorney General Blanche testified under oath at his Senate confirmation hearing that the fund is, quote, a moot issue, meaning there is no weaponization fund. The weaponization fund is dead. It's not moving forward, end quote. When pressed further, he emphasized the settlement fund is just not moving forward. There is no modification. It never started. No money went from the Treasury to any account. There are no commissioners. It's not moving.
One second, Senator, because I do think it's important to hear what President Trump said earlier today at Camp David when talking about the J6, which is about the slush fund. Let's play that, please. Slush fund. Let's play that, please.
There's a group of people in this country, history will show, that were treated like nobody else has ever been treated. They went down for an innocent journey. People that were very successful that wanted to go to a rally or an event and ended up spending the rest of their lives in horror. And I'd like to see them compensated for the pain.
Now you have what the DOJ just said, and you also have the president saying today, I'd like to see them compensated for the pain. I wonder why the Democrats would want it written down somewhere. So this is just what I want to remind you of a few things. He was impeached for inciting a riot where people beat police officers nearly to death. Brian Sickling from my state died a couple days after that. 7 Republicans voted to convict him on that impeachment. So there are a whole lot of folks on both sides of the aisle that saw that as not a jaunt in the park or an exercise of their freedoms. That's ridiculous what our president says. We should be checked on that. Number 2, I don't care what they may be trying to pull on the American public. Why won't they give Tillerson Cornyn in writing that not just that the slush fund's dead, but the president of the United States, who is making billions of dollars, whose children are making billions of dollars, who are grifting off of that office in every imaginable way. We don't even know the whole of it. This is why we need to get back control of the House and Senate Democrats so we can run some hearings and investigations. We cannot let him wiggle his way into keeping a door open to give him what he really wants, which is immunity from his tax cheating. Because for him, this guy who has an avarice I have never seen before in an elected official, and that's saying a lot, he wants to preserve his ill-gotten gains while he's in office.
Thank you very much, everybody. I think Minnesota is behind it. You know who's behind it? It's Minnesota, because they're grossly incompetent. I think the governor's behind it. I don't think there was an Iranian cyber attack. I think that Minnesota ought to get its act together. It's one of the worst run states. JD will tell you. We've had tremendous corruption in Minnesota. And by the way, just gave me a report. Massive.
Yeah, there's tremendous corruption in the White House right now. Fuckhead. Unbelievable corruption.
The President of the United States with his cabinet at Camp David, taking questions from the press and giving us a lot to fact check. So let's start in reverse order, David Rude. The President laying responsibility for a cyber attack at the Ada checkpoint, Minnesota.
Correct. He was asked about was Iran behind the cyber attack in Minnesota. His answer was, I don't think so. Minnesota was behind it. And then he sort of questioned the state's competence. I don't have it in front of me, but the FBI put out a post earlier today warning about attacks in multiple states. And again, a U.S. official told me earlier today that the Minnesota attack, it was dozens, it was 36 different localities, their water systems were attacked by Iran. We are at war with Iran. Multiple states might be undergoing cyber attacks right now. What does the President of the United States do? Tries to score political points by claiming this is all the fault of the state of Minnesota, which is attacked over and over again. And so, again, it's just an extraordinary moment in terms of the nation is at war. We don't have a clear director of national intelligence, and the president wants to. I've heard no one to guess that somehow Minnesota attacked its own water systems. There has to be someone perpetrating this, and it's just shocking that he's making this claim.
It's serious. Instead of addressing for the American public, the agencies that are addressing this, literally members of his cabinet that are a part of this bulletin, are a part of that meeting. And it says at least 7 states have reported incidents of the FBI, and some of that activity degraded water operations. The FBI goes on to say, after remotely accessing internet-facing devices, the actors changed the IP addresses and passwords, resulting in a loss of monitoring and control functionality. To reduce
I can we do a lot of plowing now, trying to get this
removing PLCs from direct internet exposure via secure gateway and firewall, setting up strong, unique passwords, and utilizing an access control list to allow only authorized communication between expected control system devices.
You know that into English for us?
And the federal agency that would do that, that means get better software basically for your water systems, is the CISA, the Critical Infrastructure and Cybersecurity Agency, which the Trump administration, when it took office last year, slashed the budget by 1/3, and Trump attacked it because it was trying to counter foreign disinformation, but he claimed they were trying to prevent free speech. So it's again, go with your conspiracy theories, go with your, attack your political opponents, but, you're not addressing these core issues that we face. In a digital age, a new cyber area where there are new threats as the economy changes, technology changes, and our government isn't changing. It's just the president sort of more in messaging and addressing this problem.
Right now at Papa John's, you can get 50% off pizzas at regular menu price when you carry it. Usually a pizza with no artificial flavors, colors, or additives costs more. But Papa John's knows you deserve better. Order now for 50% off.
Is that it?
The instructor smashed on the display so hard that all the boys
It might be in this area. I don't hear some over there.
Deeply unsettling performance from Pete Hegseth yesterday on Capitol Hill. Commander-in-Chief had a wide-open opportunity to change the tone. It's an opportunity he seems to have passed on. At Joint Base Andrews earlier today, on his way to the dignified transfer, Lieutenant Tyler James Behan, Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton, Private Isabella Gonzalez, and Sergeant Angel S. Rampersad, who were all killed fighting the war with Iran. Donald Trump was asked about the human toll of this war, about those service members, all who've been killed in action. Watch what he said.
And they are indeed great heroes, actually. They said, and all of them said very strongly, we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Well, Americans aren't against the war. A poll just came out. Americans don't want high gasoline prices, but they're not against the war. That just came out loud and clear in the poll. Nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? You think it's good?
All of them said strongly, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. There's simply no historical precedent for that. For an American president discussing the death of American soldiers on his watch as the commander-in-chief. In terms of them all before who died saying something about Iran's nuclear program, or saying anything for that matter about the price of gas in America. And it should never ever become normal for the president to put words in their mouths, to talk about the men and women who died for their country in the context of polls about gas. This is again a war he started. And frankly, the numbers of those paying with their lives continues to grow. Yesterday we learned the name of another casualty in the war with Iran. It was released by the Pentagon. It is Sergeant Angel S. Rampersad, 28 years old, of Ozone Park, New York. As we mentioned earlier, she was part of today's dignified transfer. Brings the total number of U.S. service members killed to 18. Sergeant Rampersad enlisted in the U.S. Army in March of 2019. Her awards include the Army Commendation Medal, the Army Achievement Medal, the 2 Oak Leaf Clusters, the Army Good Conduct Medal, the National Defense Service Medal, and the Army Service Ribbon. And despite Donald Trump's claim that Americans only objections to this sacrifice, these sacrifices like that of Sergeant Rampersad's is the price of gas, polls show that that is actually not true. Donald Trump could not be more wrong. Washington Post poll finds that 29% of Americans approve of the war with Iran, with a Politico poll out today finding that even Trump's base is souring on the conflict, with nearly 1 in 5 MAGA voters saying that the war should end no matter the impact on prices. It's an increase of 7 points since the question was asked in May. Donald Trump's callousness, the senselessness of the war, driving Trump's own support where we begin today with some of our favorite experts and friends. Retired U.S. Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel Amy McGrath is here. He's joining us when Paul Reichov is back. He's the host of the Independent Americans podcast, the founder and CEO of Independent Veterans of America, Also joining us, Media Matters for America President Angela Carrasco is here. Amy, your thoughts today?
Well, just from your intro, I think it's really important that people know that Donald Trump does not know these American service members personally. He's just flat lying when he says that these folks, have said the things that they've said. That's just not true. And he's implying that all members of the military who are active duty and are over there are for this war. And that is not true either. Okay? And that wasn't true in Afghanistan. It wasn't true in Iraq. And for a president to say those things again is just, again, it's just a slap in the face to everybody that served.
Paul, I wanted to bring you in on the same question. Your thoughts to what we've seen today?
It's a somber and humbling experience, and one that I'm glad the country hasn't turned its eye from. I know it's summertime, people don't want to be focused on the news and want to focus checked out, but we need to look at the stories of these young soldiers who are taken from us far too soon. I'm glad you mentioned the name of Angel Randazov, 28 years old, very clean, showed her face. That is the human cost of war. What Trump's doing is one of the most dangerous kinds of propaganda. To say that he knows what those soldiers got for a belt, and to blur the separation we worked hard to create between our people and our politics. Our troops should be insulated from the politics. We worked very hard to teach this country after Vietnam to separate the war and the war. But he and Exxon tried to do it in the last 24 hours, especially to ram it back together. They make it seem like he's got a MAGA army and everybody's all in the last time that just fights this war in Iran. And that is very, very dangerous for our national security, for our recruiting, for the civil military bond that exists in this country. And I think it's a sign of desperation. We can continue to call him out on it. And also, if he cares so much about our troops, where is the VA secretary? We heard yesterday from the Agriculture Secretary, we heard from Exxon. Why haven't we heard from Secretary Seth Collins about what he's doing to prepare the Department of Veterans Affairs for a whole new generation of wounded and a whole new generation potentially of kind of wounded? We know we weren't prepared for VA after the last two global wars. They may not be prepared now. We need to hear from him on budget requests and just the fact that they exist and whether or not they'll be prepared to take care of a whole new generation of wounded.
Has reported that there is a cover-up underway, that the Pentagon isn't even releasing information at this point about the injuries.
Yeah, I think that we should put that into broader context, but it makes it especially messed up. In some ways, Trump putting his justification for this war into the mouths of those who can no longer speak for and celebrate is actually quite consistent with the policy of disrespect and disregard that's in practice here, because at the start, they haven't had a briefing from the DOD on the podium since May 5th. And that's bad enough. But we also know that they are closing off access to journalists. They are cracking down intensive, and the Department of Defense are working with the Department of Justice to crack down on what they consider good anybody going outside of policy to share information. So on the one hand, they're suffocating the information pipeline with basic nuts and bolts about what's happening. And then on the other hand, they're going after and ciphering and targeting the very types of individuals, not just the reporters, but also who are getting basic information out there. They're also attacking them. And so the notion that somehow they're coordinating conduct, of course, they're trying to control the narrative. In this case, the way that they're going to control it is by erasing it, by pretending that's not happening. so that they can polish up the new hoops that come through. They can move over the few cracks that we're able to see as a result of some of the information coming through. That's the context that this is taking place in. And so Trump gets out there and says this thing, just like some of the other stuff he was posting last night. You know, in the absence of all that
A
other
little bit
information,
farther.
there's a real chance that
Not
this stuff
much.
sticks. And that's why I'm so glad Paul made that point, because he continues to call out for those things. And needs to call out for these things so that they don't
And I'll be right back.
control over the narrative.
I have to say that it is a deeply unpopular narrative,
So,
but I
how long
will
now?
show it. This is what Trump posted on
Oh,
social
almost
media
5 hours. Wow.
about the
Okay.
number of people who have
I've done a lot, though.
sacrificed with their lives in service of this country. This is his post. He posts about Afghanistan, 2,000 dead, Iraq, 4,600, Vietnam, 58,220, Korea, 36,574. Then he adds Venezuela and Iran, which he calls a military conflict. And I'm not sure, Amy, that I know the point of this, but if he's going to just put a number, I'll go ahead and take the opportunity to tell another story. This is Tyler Feehan's family's tribute to him. They posted on their GoFundMe page to raise money for ROTC scholarships in his honor. And let me read their words. Quote, Tyler packed in more living than most people manage in a lifetime. He chased adventure relentlessly, whether it meant reaching Everest Base Camp or walking the Camino de Santiago across France and into Spain. As a leader, he never wavered in putting his soldiers first. He believed deeply in the power of militant person. Discipline, leader behind him to see the good this country still holds rather than a needed sentiment.
Yeah, it really is. And I think if you take a step back and recognize that America owes its troops, the men and women who are over there risking their lives, owes them leadership that will make sure that this sacrifice is worth it. So when I listened to Pete Hegseth yesterday at the hearing on the Hill, any criticism or blame for the failures of this Iran war, you know, he turned it around and said, well, you guys are blaming the troops or you're unpatriotic. And actually, it's the opposite. If there's anything that the post 9/11 wars have taught us in 2 decades of war, it should be
All right, well,
our leaders have a responsibility.
I'm doing a pretty good job on this field. It's going to be a big field.
To have a solid strategy, to make sure that it's authorized from Congress and it's back.
I'm not going to plant corn. I'm planting potatoes in this field
sacrifices are worth it.
because I'm going to need potatoes to get herbicide.
Why this is so tragic.
To build a herbicide factory. And then that way I can run my greenhouse, grow cotton and potatoes if I need to. But this might be a pretty big field. I may not have to grow potatoes in that greenhouse. But this field is going to be as big as I'm making it.
It's not perfect. It's not going out the door. These aren't just games. They're memories. You guard these memories like one. You buy from the games, not just a customer. You're a part of the power community.
Come on.
Check this out. At checkout, you can now. So you don't have to start that nostalgic journey. Grab your favorites today. Pay your way. With every order we ship, we're sending out stories, joy, and a little bit of the magic we make at our warehouses. RetroVGames.com. Classic gaming, trusted care, and memories delivered.
This is going to be the outline. This is as far. I have to take some of those trees down. That's fine. It's going to be a pretty big field, a lot bigger than what I thought. So we'll finish this next time. Chop these trees down. And this is the edge of the map right here. So it's going to be a big field. I mean, look at that. That's pretty much the outline right there, how big this field is going to be. Oh, well, it looks like it's a little bit smaller than Field 2. I thought it was bigger than that, but no, Field 2 is pretty big. But But yeah, I'm planning on potatoes. Gonna do, was it
For a year
oats
and
in
a
field
half
3?
now, we
I
have
think
seen
so.
Trump's allies grasp at straws in their attempts to go after Trump's perceived enemies. They raided a man's house in the middle of the night, publicly accused him of being part of the deep state, and charged him with felony assault, all because he threw a Subway sandwich at a federal agent. Remember that? I mean,
All
that's
right.
obviously hardly.
So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it
Prosecutors
down
tried
now.
to claim that the agent could feel the
So
impact
gotta
of the
work
sandwich
tonight. It's my Friday.
They indicted former
So Austin, thanks for stopping in and saying hi and checking out all the work I'm putting into this field, which is a lot of work. So, yeah. But I learned a lot because I didn't know I could break those rock formations down and get stones out of it and create a field out of it. And then I thought this here was all rocky ground that I wouldn't be able to plow, wouldn't be able to use as a field, but come to find out I can plow right over it. So, okay. It is 11:55, March 2nd, second year of this map. This is Farming Simulator 22, Silverrun Forrest, part 20. Thanks for watching, and we'll see y'all later. Y'all take care. Bye. Take care, Austin. We'll see you next time.